Okay, good. Look at this big old fucking nifty. Hello, hello! Hello, hello. You can hear me, let me know. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Oh, goodness. I see we're live on Twitch. That's good. Hopefully YouTube is the same. Not far behind. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Look what I got. I finally dropped by GW, and I got my arcane journals, nice and all cut up. You know, it's interesting. The new art for the Wood Elves is really interesting to me because they redesigned Orion's spear, which is super curious. Like it's Eldari tech. Like it's literally 40k Eldar tech, which I think is supposed to indicate, like, you know, very much how it's supposed to be like tech of the gods. But it's very interesting to me. It's had a couple of different designs throughout the years. But finally got my Beastman one. Because the Beastman one only just came out. So I'm glad to have this one. I do wish they had labeled the map with, like, the actual beast tribes. Like, they put some, like, symbols out to show where the Beastmen are, like, being big problems, but I do wish they had actually named some of them. But that's just, or some of the Bray herds, I should say. But I suppose I'll just have to live with the symbols. Anyway, hope you're all doing well today. It is a very, very toasty day down in Tejas. It's not awful. I'm used to it, but definitely is a little unpleasant under the sun. Have I seen the newest Cathay blog? I can't remember if I have or not. Why don't I pull it up real fast? Take a look. Yeah, GW has, like, stopped posting on Twitter, so I tend to forget to check the community page because they don't post there anymore. Let's see. I always forget where the stupid... God, I hate their website so much. I feel like shit moves around constantly. Where is the button to go to the community page? Black Library... Finding a store... Here we go. More Warhammer. Warhammer community. There we go. The iconography of an eternal empire. Oh dear. Okay, hold up. Let's read this real fast before we get started. I have not read this yet. Okay, let's just fly through this really... Oh my god, this artwork is so pretty, dude. Where you got, like, what I assume is supposed to be Kuei Yin, who's terrifying looking. You see the Onyx Crowman, the Moonbird over here. Fire Rain Rockets, Sky Lanterns. And then on Shen Yang's side, you've got the Terracotta Sentinel, Jade Lancers, got the Jade Warriors, the Longma, and of course Shen Yang, who's absolutely fucking huge. I like that he wears armor in dragon form. That's cool. Alright, so let's pop through this real fast. Designing a new faction doesn't just mean new miniatures and lore. There's a whole lot of other design concept work goes in the background. Each Warhammer faction has its own whole design language, its own symbols, iconography, and heraldry. What would the dwarfs be without their runes, or the high elves without their shield bosses? Much of this language is long established in the old world, but Grand Cathay was a blank slate. So in the third part of our wide-ranging round table with the old world team, let's focus on symbolism. Alongside Mark and Owen, I was one of the first people assigned to work on Grand Cathay. I was solidly focused on it, and the iconography in particular, for nearly 2 years, which is practically unheard of. The main thing we knew is that we wanted to express in our design approach is that Grand Cathay is an eternal empire. We started looking at longevity motifs from Chinese folklore and interpreting them into a more Warhammer style. For instance, we use the yin-yang motif to articulate the key Cathayan concept of harmony, which is both a battlefield mechanic and one of the guiding principles of the entire society. Unlike the real-world yin-yang, however, theirs is made up of a twin... Oh! That's super interesting. Their concept of yin-yang is made up of the twin-tailed comet. Ooh, that's very interesting. Which keys it into the entire Warhammer setting. This becomes their interpretation of a global phenomena. Means something different in Cathay, just as it does to the Lizardman, for instance. What's more, the symbols are reminiscent of the Flaming Pearl, which is another ancient Chinese motif closely linked to the folklore of female dragons. We looked at a lot of books on classical and historical design elements, including a number of in Chinese, which offer different depth of information that's just not available in English. This allowed us to familiarize ourselves with classic Chinese design concepts, looking at everything from brocading to the depiction of dragons. Grand Cathay uses a lot of octagons because they're important in Chinese culture in terms of protection. 8 is an especially lucky number to the Chinese. Their regional and regimental icons are all mounted in octagons, for example. This motif allowed us to reinterpret the 8 winds of magic and their symbols in the same way. And chaos! We use elements of the Bagua from the I Ching, which is a kind of spiritual compass taken from Taoist thought. This inspired the Wuxing compass, which is ultimately how the Cathayans understand magic that suffuses their world. Very proud of the Wuxing compass, which is a great magical device situated within the celestial court Wei Jin that resonates with the elemental winds. As a concept, it takes the winds of magic, which are intrinsic to the old world setting, and puts it through a lens of a very different culture. We've given the winds names unique to Grand Cathay, different to the High Elven terms we're more familiar with, and we've associated each one with the dragons. But even though they're different, if you know the old world, you know what they mean, which is no mean feat. The winds of magic appeared in the era between the 3rd and 4th editions of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, correct, which is when I believe the setting truly began its journey towards what it is today. It's so important to the setting that we had to get it right. Which is funny because the old world breaks away from the 8 colored winds of magic, because it's going back to the magic we had before that, which is interesting. Anyway, we wanted to make a conscious acknowledgement of the spiritual and temporal realms. People of Grand Cathay are much more aware of the magic and its use in their everyday lives, which reflected the protective devices they wear. While their science and technology are thriving, they also have an immortal dragon emperor and live among floating cities. The emperor and empress are some of the most powerful sorcerers in the world, more powerful than the surviving Slann. Magic flows through Grand Cathay. Mountains float there. The world wasn't originally like that. It's the result of the shattering of the geomantic web. Interesting. Okay. It was a deliberate consideration when we started. How do we make this realm human but different? Just so it's not just Empire in the East with guns and cannons. They're more understanding, accepting of the spiritual world, and respectful of their emperor. We wanted to give each city its own symbol, with another for each dragon's domain. These are visible in the Total War games, of course, but they're also reflected in the miniatures, which have patterns indicating their home cities. This is where the concept for the mountain armor first came in. It was originally used as the symbol of Nangao, which is the Storm Dragon's capital and a place of great industry and artifice. When we realized that this icon was also the shape of a link in this semi-mythical style of Chinese armor, we realized we had something quite special. We came up with the same idea separately through our own research when concepting miniatures. I was investigating how to make the armor on Sentinel stand out, and it was a happy accident when Holly and I hit on the same concept. No one's sure how real mountain armor actually was. It's associated with legendary Chinese heroes and has this distinctive 3-point linking structure. There are definitely depictions of it in folklore as well as on numerous statues, but there are no surviving examples of an actual suit of armor. This is all very true. I actually watched something about this fairly recently. Every modern attempt to reproduce it has found it to be really impractical, if not actively dangerous. All the little points seem to direct enemy swords right into it. All of the written references involve mythical figures, so it's associated in China with characters of legend. It's their version of fantasy armor, so of course we had to include it. Yes, you did, and I'm glad you did. Mountain armor was useful for that reason, also because we wanted a style of armor that wasn't chainmail, which usually appears on evil forces, or scale mail, which belongs to the high elves. Dwarfs seething at that comment. We knew we had to do something different, so Cathay ended up with a new style of layered plate. It's reminiscent of Tang Dynasty armor, but that's far from the whole picture. We're trying to observe and build without adding our own biases. Even when making main symbols, we had to ensure they didn't look like Western reproduction of Chinese design, particularly those for other IP. I will say, this is very nice to read. It's good to see that GW did their homework. Like, they really did their homework. Like, big time. This makes me feel good about if they do other factions in the future, like Koresh, the Naga of Koresh, or the Hobgoblin Khanate, or the Kingdoms of End, or like even if they do something really wild like the Centaurs in the New World and stuff like that. This makes me feel strongly that they can do it. Or Araby, God, for the love of God, give us Araby. If we're going to show Warhammer culture that can be connected to the real world, we're going to make sure those people can see themselves in it. Grand Cathay needs to appeal to our customers. It needs to look cool, but also needs to be recognizably cool to our fans in China. The most difficult thing is to make something that they haven't already got. You can't just make a copy of the Journey of the West, as there are already 20 different variants of it. Warhammer is very appealing to Chinese players because it's so different, so we can't just be copying what they already have. Hence why we're still telling stories about the old world. All the characters fit to our storyline. We're not just going to deviate from that to retell our versions of Chinese myths. We stayed away from calligraphy, even when it came to sculpting the sculpting process. There are so many languages in China, we felt we would be doing a disservice if we didn't represent them all. Holly's done a great job designing so many different icons that carry so much meaning. Nangao also means defense, for instance. They're more like logographic sigils than words, which we then use as a shorthand. Look to the chamber sheets for meaning. For the Sky Lantern, the symbols tell you everything you need to know about each vessel. You can show battlefield role, city of origin, and crew members just using the icons. You can also show which dragon your Sky Lantern serves. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The symbol of the House of Cog and Crane tells you there are crane gunners on board, while House of Smoke and Powder lets you know there are bombs. These are different groups of artificers, which are guilds of master craftsmen in their own fields, the largest of which are based in Nangao in the direction of the Storm Dragon. There are 4 transfer sheets in total, each for one of the Jade Warriors and Gate Masters, which are full of martial iconography and ranking information, with banners for the latter and one for the Sky Lanterns. They're all great, but the one we'll sell separately later on the year has more colors and effects that aren't possible on the smaller sheets. This one is an expansion pack to the main range. It broadens what you can offer. Good God, there's so much stuff. No, Yin Yin does not. Yeah, no, Yin Yin, from all the discussion that I got to have when I was at Warhammer World with some GW staff, Yin Yin is not relevant, at least right now, to the old world. She might become relevant later, but right now she's not. There's going to be nothing about her, at least for right now. It's just real fancy. You get all the dragon symbols as well as that of the Dragon Emperor. Most decals use single flat colors, but this sheet includes a full 3 metallic combinations. It's the first time I've ever tried it. I'm delighted with the results. It was really exciting to be able to work on a new type of dragon for Warhammer, and her dragon form Miao Ying is still sinewy and serpentine, but she and her family occupies a new stylistic register. They have a body shape that is stylistically similar to Chinese dragons, but not exactly the same. There are certain classical elements that we took liberty with. They don't have bird's feet, for instance, while the whiskers and antlers are changed, but these dragons do all have horns. Chinese dragons tend to be short-snouted, almost pug-like, but ours have long crocodilian snouts. Each one of their faces had careful thought put into the bridge of the nose and the brow. Again, it's about knowing the rules to break them. We understood that before we changed it. We spent a lot of time on gem shapes. The dragon children all have their own signature colors and gems, and there's a lot of significance to each choice. From a Western perspective, black connotates death or darkness, but it implies water in China, while white traditionally implies death, but also purity. This awareness completely changed where we went with the dragons. I got to make so many drawings of dragons, I loved every minute. Interesting. That is quite interesting. I will say, I continue to be impressed. The idea that Warhammer, the Cathayan version of Yin and Yang, came from the twin-tailed comet is fascinating to me. That is so curious, because that implies that the concept of yin and yang and the symbol of it did not become present in Grand Cathay until the birth of Sigmar. As there was, to my knowledge, unless Games Workshop is changing this, which I don't think they are, the twin-tailed comet, well, technically it's, the twin-tailed comet is supposed to not show up for the first time until it's vaguely visible 100 years before the birth of, or before the creation of the Empire. So before the foundation of the Empire, 100 years before that. And then it gets, like, really close to the world. The closest, I believe, it gets to the world is with Sigmar's birth. And then after Sigmar's birth, it continues to kind of be around and stuff. but it's mostly gone at that point. That's very interesting. I'm very curious about their arcane journal. Hey, Crimlow, haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's really cool. I'm very interested to see where it's going to. I'm interested if they're gonna go all in with that. If they're really gonna suggest that yin and yang. If yin and yang did not exist as concepts until so late in the timeline, because the Cathayan Empire was like already formed by then, but we'll have to see. I don't remember. Oh, Hawk, you renewed your you renewed your sub? Yes, I think I did miss whatever event y'all are talking about. Oh, make it rain. Oh yeah, no, I definitely missed that one. All right. Anyway, we've got some stuff to do today. There's a lot of things I need to do. I do need to murder some extreme bosses if anyone wants to aid. The classic 3 or my stupid tea kettle. Alright, we're just gonna go obliterate these 3 with this crew. We should be able to rip them in half. But yeah, today, the main goal for today is to get through the entire storyline. We are finishing the main story quest for Post-Heavensward. We are getting to the start of Stormblood. We're not going to start Stormblood. We're just going to get to the start of Stormblood. Because I still need to level my... No, I mean, sure, why not? I'm not doing anything. Oh, I should probably renew my journal, actually, now that he mentions it. But yeah, so that's our main quest for today. Is that. And then tomorrow, we're gonna play this game again. Oops. Tomorrow we're gonna play this game again, and we're going to get... God, I hate when people stand next to the NPCs. We're going to... I'm drawing a brain fart. We're gonna level White Mage. That's the goal. Oh wait. Wait. I want to make that we could just smash through this. There's no reason to do this legit. Doing it for realsies is for nerds. Oh, do I have to equip my sword for the... No, I don't. I just have to beat it. Okay.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes. Good. I accept your offering.
Kettle the metal. Yeah, I just have to do it. Okay.
Alexander donated 50 Swedish krona through Super Chat. Hey Sotek, I really want Kettle to show up in the old world. Is there any law that could make that happen?
In the old world? Ugh. It's not super likely. It's not impossible. But sure. Did I get what I needed? I think I get it by just leaving. Yes, okay, got it. Oh, vortex fragment. Okay, that's what I need. All right. Coadil showing up is tricky. Because Coadil is at the time of the old world. Well, it's not impossible. Basically, what it would require is it would require for them to focus on a storyline where Coadil breaks... Drycha basically manages to break him free of containment briefly, and there's a big fight that results in him being put back. If they did that, then it could work. Did you just die? You big annoying bitch. Oh, it's just fucking dead. So that's what would have to happen. Is they would have to sit down, because Coadil, I think if you read the Wood Elf Arcane Journal, I think they already mention a time where he got briefly busted. Oh wait, they don't do timelines in these anymore, do they? No, they don't. I guess it would have to be in the old world book. But so basically you'd have to go with a storyline where Coadil briefly breaks free of the Wildwood, and him and like Drycha tries to break him free, and they make an escape, and that results in what? Who the hell doesn't qualify for Bowl of Embers? How do you not qualify for Bowl of Embers? Nerds. I don't like to do it once. Why are you not playing Warhammer? You're not a one-trick pony? No, sadly, no. My pony has many tricks. One might say I'm good at turning tricks. Yeah, no, I try and get around. I try and diversify. No, I didn't want it. God damn it. Okay, now we can knock out Journal real fast. So yeah, if they did that, then hypothetically, you could get a Coadil showdown. Thorn March Extreme. It would not, but it would be brief. Like Coadil, the big thing about Coadil is he couldn't stay free for long. How dare you destroy all my MP, jerk? Apart? Can you share your AI thought changes? I mean, I think they're pretty good so far. I haven't gotten a ton of, like, late campaign to necessarily compare them against. Oh, God, it wants us to do Extreme World Leader. Extreme World Leader sucks, but alright. Hawk redeemed a lore fact. Can you tell about the Bjornling tribe? Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to tell. Everything that could be told about them, really, I talked about in the video I made. But basically, it ultimately boils down to, so the Bjornling tribe, what we know about them is that they are hypothesized to be a, they are hypothesized to be a group that have the blood of the bear, right? So basically there's an idea that just immediate rip. I can never tell which way he's gonna shove us. Anyway, so the Bjornlings are a tribe. They're just north of Kislev, right? So they're immediately on the other side of what are called the Goromati Mountains. So you have Kislev. Really, he's gonna kill me twice? That's rude. That should not be allowed. Looks like you're double dead. I always take music because I can't remember what I'm going to do with it. Oh, good sword though. Oh, that's a Dark Knight weapon. I just want to see what it looks like. So because they live on the other side of the Goromati Mountains, the idea behind them is that because they're a tribe of werebears, right? Though when they were originally written back for, oh geez, back when they were written for, 5th edition or 4th edition, I can't remember. It would have been 5th edition Warhammer Fantasy Dogs Warbook. Warhammer had a bit more of like a serious take towards a lot of the more magical aspects of the world. So they weren't interested, or they didn't like having things like were creatures very often. And when they did, they tended to be very careful with them. Z1T9. Which one is that? That's Zervan. Okay. Who doesn't qualify? Someone in here is bad about doing quests. Why are you so bad at doing your quests? Why don't you just do your quests? Hawk! Oh, jeez. Anyway, so, because they're on the other side of the Goromati Mountains, they have a notable history that talks about how they believe that their blood curse, their mutation, so to speak, came from this relationship with a entity known as like the Great Bear, and that's just what it's just the Great Bear, and we don't know anything else. So it's unknown what exactly that entity was. It's possible that it's Urson, and it's actually very likely that it's Urson. But it also could be just some demon or other creature that just takes the shape of a bear. But either way, it's this entity, supposedly, sometime in their ancient history, basically mated or was their patron, or I don't know, however you want to say it, had some kind of relationship with them.
Good and evil, the war is on.
And Zervin Safari. They believe that's where their ability to transform into a bear comes from, as opposed to turning into like a wolf, which seems a lot more standard. Transforming into a wolf beastie tends to be the standard affair, rather than turning into, you know, one of those other big things. All right, so oh yeah, did I get? Ooh, the demonic laner mount. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by what's happening. Oh, it's a bird. Oh, I can't fly here. It is indeed the fire ice bird. And its music is okay, it's not my favorite, it's alright. I would. Hey, got Leviathan card. Nice. I want to see what that weapon I got looked like. Wave Fasar. That's a pretty kick-ass looking weapon, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's kind of sick. It's like super skinny, but it looks really cool. Anyway, can glow pure water if you get the mirror. What mirror? So long story short, the Orling tribe believes that they had this ancient bear god that had to do with this whole fucking thing, and that because this ancient bear god basically blessed them or cursed them, depending on how you look with it, or maybe bred with them, kind of like how Ulrich supposedly slept with a bunch of people, they maintained an ability to turn bear-like when their blood gets up and they're like a big fight. A mirror. The mirror cannot be crafted and traded. It has to be traded in at Mordona. Ignore Telly. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna re-invite Hawk, and then we can knock out what's left of little story quests. Or journal stuff. That being said, according to the original book, the only Tidal Wave Foster, Mirror of the World. Yeah, I don't think I have that. If I do, I don't know where it is, which, I mean, it's totally possible that I do have it, I just don't know where I put it. But I probably don't have it. Back in the original book that it came from, it is very much believed that the only individual that could completely turn into a werebear was good old fucking what's his name? Oh my god. Bjorn. Bjorn Bearstruck is believed to be the only one that can do a full body transformation. Everyone else is Everyone else... Oh, no, I don't have it. Bummer. Everyone else can only turn parts of their body. So they can turn, like, their head or... Oh, wait, no. The Bjornling tribe. Sorry, I was thinking of the fucking... Nope, I'm thinking of a different tribe. No. No, because Bjorn Bearling is from the... Fuck, I can't remember what they're called. No, I'm thinking of a totally different tribe. Bjornlings are totally different. Yeah, no, I don't have one. So I always drop, but as the same glow. Oh, cool. Do we want a dungeon? Just repeat trial. Moonlight the Hobkin. Aren't you sweet? What is a Hobkin? I know what a Hobgoblin is. I don't know what a Hobkin is, though. Is that what a Hobkin is? Nope, that's something else. Yeah, I was thinking of the Bearsinglings. Yes, I was thinking of the Bearsinglings. Because my brain's stupid. Unsync lower level dungeons, if you have those. Oh, yeah, you can do that. That's true. Okay, lower level dungeons. So what? For this, we need a level 1 through 49, a 50, and a 51 through 59, and a 60. Which of these is, like, relatively fast? Deep Crop's pretty quick, right? Give it. Just a quick question. Who are the Ulthar's Raiders in Total War Warhammer? Ulthar's Raiders... Those are the dwarfs, right? Oh, it's Prince Ulthar's Raiders, right? They are from a very, 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 very old supplement. If you've been following Warhammer the Old World, you actually would have seen their minis get re-released. But basically, Prince Ulthar and his merry band, they weren't called a merry band, but they were basically a group of dwarf rangers that did some cool shit. They are mentioned... they're actually mentioned in the new Dwarf Player's Guide. Or is it the... I can't remember if it's the Dwarf Player's Guide or if it's the Lords of Stone and Steel book. They are mentioned in one of the new books. But basically, they are a... Prince Ulthar was just a pretty badass cool Dawi from back in the day that led a group of rangers all over the place. I think they fight a dragon. I think it's like Prince Ulthar and the Dragon Company, I think is their full name. What do you think about Sotek? Oh, I wonder if Union is not relevant. That might mean the other dragons might join Miao Ying in the old worlds. Their stories and models come. It's hard to say, Samores. I've heard some... So I've heard rumors. And the places I tend to hear rumors from are pretty reliable. Like, they tend to have a pretty good hold on what's going on. And according to the rumors I've been hearing, there is a pretty good... supposedly, what's going to be happening is that we're going to see the old world is gonna focus on the old world for first edition, and then fairly quickly the old world's scope is going to expand. So we're going to eventually leave behind the old world, and move to different theaters. And the one that I've heard the most about, most popular about, is going to a Eastern theater. And the Eastern theater will focus quite heavily on Grand Cathay, and will focus on the groups around Grand Cathay, which is why Games Workshop has admittedly been doing a lot of build-up for those different factions, where we see GW is talking more and more and more about the Hobgoblin Khanate, about the Naga of Koresh, the Tigermen of End, Nippon. Like, they're talking about these factions. So I genuinely believe that if the old world continues to sell well, that will likely result in GW moving ahead with plans to expand beyond the scope of just the old world, and we'll begin to see other parts of the Warhammer world become relevant. But for the initial story, they're keeping it contained just to the old world because that's the safer option. This makes it focus on different theaters since Dark Elves, you can't put them in Old World since they're Old One's invasion. Yeah, if what I've been told, so take this with massive amounts of salt, because I have such a hard time believing this, it's not even funny. But, you know, I was like, are you sure this is what you mean? And they were like, yes, I am sure. And I was like, all right. But if my source is to be believed, which once again, significant salt, then the plan is for we start in the old world, and if the old world proves to be successful and people like it and competitive and all that jazz, then they will the next theater they will take us to will actually be the New World, the New World and Ulthuan theater, and it will focus on returning factions like the Lizardmen and the Dark Elves into the setting, and, you know, introduce the War on Ulthuan and all that stuff, or like the build-up to the War on Ulthuan. And then after that, we go to the Eastern Theater, which focuses on Grand Cathay and all the new races. And in a best case but unlikely but best case scenario, we might get one new race in the New World, which would probably be the Centaurs. But that's a huge maybe. So like I said, take that with copious salt.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X100. Will we see those 4 Asian factions in total war?
Not anytime soon. The most realistic race that you would likely see added to Warhammer Fantasy or Total War Warhammer would be, at this point, would be Dogs of War. They would be the most realistic addition. What's the difference between a Centaur and a Centaur? A Centaur is a beast, is a chaos worshipping creature that is sympathetic to the forces of chaos, and Centaurs are nasty mutated creatures. They have claws instead of hooves, so that they don't have hooved feet. If you actually look at a centaur, they have claws for feet. And they are like muscular and spooky and nasty, and they drink a lot and yada 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 yada. When you are dealing with when you're dealing with centaurs, centaurs were not chaos aligned. They were their own unique species that had culture, and yada yada yada. And they're not like horrifying man-eating drunkards like centaurs are. Centaurs have a whole thing about being copiously drunk all the time, which is why they have like the rowdy rule, because they're always drunk. And then the to go along with that, the centaurs are believed to be like a noble, proud race that come from somewhere else. Why not Vampire Coast? I mean, they could do Vampire Coast. That's true. That's true. They could do Vampire Coast. They could do Fishmen. They have options. I would be a little shocked to see those, but it wouldn't be impossible. I'm just telling y'all what I've heard. But yeah, right now, most talks that I've had suggest that Games Workshop does not really see... there's a bit of a, like, a tug of war going on about how GW feels about the old world versus, like, the rest of Warhammer Fantasy. Where, as far as Games Workshop is concerned, the Warhammer Fantasy IP and the Old World IP are two different IPs, which is not strange. Like, that's not strange at all. Just like how Warhammer and Dreadfleet are different IPs, or Warhammer and Mordheim are different IPs, or Warhammer and Man of War are different IPs, yada yada yada. However, what I would guess is happening right now, which is causing some problems, is that in the past, for Total War Warhammer, it has been a situation of Creative Assembly says, oh hey, we want to put this thing in our game. Can we put this thing in our game? And Games Workshop has just said, yeah, sure. We're like, oh hey, can we have this thing from Mordheim in our game? And they're like, yeah, sure. And they're like, okay, can we have this thing from Man of War in our game? And they're like, yeah, sure. Can we have this thing from Dreadfleet in our game? Yeah, sure. Because none of those were active products that Games Workshop is like making a lot of money from and actively selling, right? But now the situation has changed, where the Old World is a separate IP, but it doesn't have the situation of, hey, can we have this thing from the Old World? And GW is, what I would guess is GW is not saying yes. GW is saying either no, we don't think that should be in Total War Warhammer because it should be in the Old World, which is going to translate in one of two ways. Either that means that GW wants Creative Assembly to make a, they would want them to, they would say, well, okay, if you want to use these things, you need to make a, oh, nice, we got a new minion. A Galakitten. I got an achievement. But what I would guess is that the unfortunate situation we're kind of in right now is that GW is saying, hey, we want, ooh, man, if I can at least get a 1-track on 3 of these. Whoops. Gonna spend to redo Earth's font. But what I would guess is that Games Workshop wants either A, they either want Creative Assembly to make a new Total War Warhammer The Old World, or B, they want CA to pay them for an Old World license. So they're like, nope, that's a totally different game, like that's a totally different thing. You need to pay us all the money we want for a brand new license. Just like if you were making a new game. And anybody with a brain, which would be us, the wider community, would look at that and say, oh, I got screwed. Boo hiss, I got screwed. Here, take my stupid journal, you bastard. Oh, hey, I leveled up. I'll take that. And I got 500 Allegan Tombstones, so I'll take that too. Boo. Alright. So let's go to here. Grab some quick stuff. Why would you want someone who's literally paying you to advertise your stuff? Listen, Games Workshop is stupid, dude. Like, they're very dumb. Because in my opinion, so when it comes to could we get those other factions theoretically that are coming to the game in Total War Warhammer, the only answer that I think would be realistic would be that there is a chance that you might get if Total War, or not Total War, but if the game continues to sell, if Total War, fuck me, if both Total War and Warhammer The Old World continue to sell well, like they keep both individually doing quite well on their own, there is a very good chance that you will see wow, this guy's cards are like really fucking good. Jesus. I think there's a very good chance that you will see a possibility explored of dude, his cards are insane. What the fuck? Hold on, I need to check. See, I just got Leviathan. Is Leviathan any good? Leviathan is 1-888. But he's 4-star, so I can't have more than one 4-star. So he's the same as Odin, but he's cooler than Odin, so I'll put him in. I don't think I've gotten any other decent 3 stars. Oh, this one's better than that. But if everything continues to sell well, we might get like a Total War Warhammer 4 in the distant future. But even then, I don't think that's super likely. You'd probably be more likely to see like DLCs. I don't appreciate that they're good at this.
Token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Molder.
I don't understand what the pluses are.
Scion of the Emperor donated 14 Australian dollars and 99
Oh, hey, Sam.
cents through Super Chat. Looks like I woke up in perfect time. Will you be blitzing the Scholasticate quests first, or just pure MSQ today up to Stormblood with the Scholasticate and WHM after you're back from off?
Hold on, I'll get back to you. The weird symbol with the Freed or the Guardian symbol activates what type? I don't understand what that means. Ascension basically gives the card more points per type played. That plus number on the card means all sides are that number higher. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. I got it. No, I don't like going first. Okay. No, I fucked up. I should have played... Oh, I get to play 2 more cards. Yeah, no, I fucked that up. I should play Ifrit first, not Leviathan. Also, maybe should change my cards. No, play Ifrit first, you idiot. Okay. God, I fucking hate his deck so much. It's so good, dude. Oh, that was stupid. Wait, why didn't Leviathan... Oh, because he's also getting +3. Okay, I see. All right, I understand. Wait, hold up. Before I rematch, let me... I think I actually have to remake my deck for that, because his cards are so fucking good. Primal... Okay, so Primal is that color. So I want as many Primal cards as I can get. I think that's all I got. Okay, but still, that's 3. Actually, don't have that many cards. Ah! If I had gone first, I think I would have had that. Looks like would I be blitzing the Scholastic quest? No. We're doing main story quest today, and we're gonna knock out the main story quest, and then we're gonna see where that drops us. So main story quest first, and then we'll go from there. What is ace? Like, is A like? I assume that's like there's nothing higher, but I don't know if there's like a number equivalent. Is that like a 10? Or is it just like can't be beaten? Ace is like 10. Okay, cool. Go fuck yourself. Fuck! This guy's a bitch, dude. However, when you have the fallen ace roll, where a 1 can beat an ace... Oh, okay. Jesus. I'm gonna win this. Oh, I go first. Boop. Okay. Fuck me. Him having remove is fucking me up so bad. If he didn't have remove, I feel like I could ace this, but he's really good about putting remove in a really good spot so that I can't do a lot about it. Because I have to like bait out certain cards at certain points. Oh, fuck you. That Cathay sent a card. That Cathay sent a card can eat my entire ass. I hate that card. Yeah, so remove is the 8881. Oh no, he also has a +2. No! I'm gonna fucking get this. Eight, 4. So if I could get Leviathan out. God damn it. It's like he knows what I'm gonna do. Wait, why? Hold up. Why didn't Odin just beat Minfilia there? If I was at a +2, so I should have been a 9, right? Why didn't I turn Minfilia there? No, she's not an A, she's an 8. Minfilia has an 8 on that side. And she only has a +1. I have an 8, but I had a +2. Isn't more of Cathay selling way more of them going instead of... Wait, what? Isn't more of Cathay selling well more way of Samores? What are you trying to say, dude? I don't understand what you're trying to say there. You played while it was +1? Okay, so it has to already be +2 to count? That's kind of bullshit. So I need to, like, bait out his remove. And then it 1. That was a weird play, but alright. Ramu is becoming the bane of my existence, unfortunately. Ah! Oh, we got him. Oh, we fucking got him. We fucking got him. Oh my god, that was way too difficult. I shouldn't have wasted my time on that. I fucking got him. Get on, bitch. It doesn't matter how many times I lost, it just matters that I won. That's all that matters. Holy fuck, that was so stupidly difficult. Okay, I need to go turn in my stupid... Kettle to the Metal quest. Yeah, but the goal is definitely to start Stormblood once we're back from Offkai. If Cathay sells well, Games Workshop will go for the rest of the races. Also, competitive is more of a 40k thing, while Overworld is more Lord of the Rings 30k narrative and still gets new stuff. Yeah, well, that's what's going to be really interesting to see. If Cathay sells really well and encourages TW to actively support essentially a out-of-studio game, it's going to be weird.
I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated $30.99 through Super Chat. I do think it'll be worth just knocking out the Scholasticate quickly first. It's the final piece of HW related story barring job quests. Then you can move into Stormblood with nothing left over from it.
I thought Scholasticate required me to be further in the main story. Is that not true? Good to see you back, lad, and with all your limbs at that. Did you get what we need? Yes, I did, you piece of shit. Take your stupid garbage. Listen, I know you're risking your neck fetching pointless shite for focus your specialty, but this means a lot, seriously. You're more than just another adventurer, you're a mate. Enough of this sentimental bollocks, we got a kettle to make. Please, gentlemen, fucking finish this garbage. Oh, we did it. There's no topping that, not this time. Hold her up and see for yourself. I hate these two. Now that there's a true kettle legend, the finest piece of pottery you'll ever see. Ultimate kettle nexus. By the gods, what an exquisite glow. Oh, with such a kettle, I'm quite certain one could prepare a flawless mulled tea in a count of 10. No, 5, mayhaps even less. Thank you, both of ye. When my client sees this little beauty, word's bound to travel fast. Folk from all over the realm will be crying out for me wares, just like back in the good old days. I've no doubt the road to your former glory is now clear before you, which only leaves the not-so-small matter of my Starforger title. Just you have not forgotten our agreement. Hey, I've not forgotten. I plan to win that title from me fair and square. Excuse me, Master Geralt. No, go away, you piece of shit. I couldn't help but notice the kettle you've been working on, and seeing that you had just finished, I took it upon myself to look over the order. I'm sorry to report that it was due for delivery some time ago, and that, well, the order was cancelled. Eh? Geralt, how could you forget? When was this order placed? Two years ago? What? But we did all the work! I did all that bloody work! No, this can't be happening. Now where am I going to find 100 million gil to pay off me bleeding notes? Pardon? You mean to say that you were doing this for money all along? And there I was thinking you had at last discovered a modicum of decency in the gutter that serves for your soul. I should have known better. Hold on a minute, it's all coming back to me now. This order came in around the time you barged in here, ranting and raving about your god's-forsaken Zodiac weapon, distracted me from me work. This is your fault, you swiving, scabby-ass, shite-eating streak of piss. And you have the balls to ask for that bleeding title back? Bollocks to that, I'm keeping it, for good. Over my dead body, you ill-sudden little husband. It seems whatever affliction claimed your hairs, claimed your brain as well. The title of Starforger is mine by rights, and I will have it back one way or another. Have at thee! Oh, Master Geralt. Well, it appears our client no longer requires the kettle. It would be a waste to let it sit and collect dust here in Gristmill. Might you be willing to take it, as a small token of appreciation for all you've done to help Master Geralt? I'm quite sure he'd like you to have it. Quite sure. Taking a closer look at it, I believe I can replicate the kettle should you ever require another. Though I doubt it will be as fine as Master Geralt's, you need only ask. It's over! Oh my god, it's over! It's finally fucking over! We now have access to a special selection of kettles from Drake. We fucking did it! A watch pot! Dealing kettles. Kettle knuckles? That's so funny. It's finally over. Until I do another career. Until I do another career, it's finally over. Why are there pugilist weapons? There are 3 kinds. Up to you. I'll just get the fanciest one. Just as a little purely for glam. I could probably just grab all 3. It's fine. I can't believe it's over. That took so fucking long. Oh my god. All right. Cool. That's done. Finally. Jesus. Alright, I need to fly by Mordona to grab something real fast. And then we can knock out our daily B-Stripe stuff real fast. And a couple little small things. And, yeah. Imagine if you did this over 2 to 3 years legit. I feel like it would have been less obnoxious, perhaps. Because it would have felt like, I don't know, it was taking an appropriate amount of time. Oh, good lord. I need 3 unidentifiable bone, my dear. Oh, nice. We also finished our next stage of the relic quest for the Dark Knight weapon as well. Woohoo! Yippee! As the kids say. Yes, I will take an enchanted rubber, which sounds interesting, but yeah. Alright, so now I can turn in coming into its own. Then we'll go do B-stripe stuff. Because this is probably going to trigger another step. God, I hate summer. It's so hot. I haven't asked yet, but how's everybody doing today? How are you all? Got everything we need. Good, hand it all over. The weapon, too. Ardashir's ready to work on the soul stone. He won't shut up about it. At least now it'll all be over. Yeah, sure it will. Good on you, lad. Now, let's make us a weapon then, eh? Oh, it is changing its name. It's going from Deathbringer to Nothlug, I think. Though I'm still gonna have to make it like Awakened Nothlug and then Glittering Bullshit Nothlug. I'm going through water like a fucking camel. Can't say I've ever forged something quite so extraordinary. A weapon fit for your growing anima. Nay, something more than that. A beauty worthy of ballads. Nothung. The gods themselves be jealous of a blade so fine. It is a nice looking sword. Woohoo! Hello? What the hell is that? Okay, well, they can't see it, clearly. Thank you. Okay. I have no idea what that was about. Wait till Rowena takes a gander at this. We keep this up and she'll be giving me notes of promise. To be honest, I once questioned what I'd use for a drunkard with a hammer. You've proven yourself to be quite the competent blacksmith. When you're sober. Dalcarius, I am at a loss to express my thanks. You looked danger in the eye unflinching, risking life and limb to help me. Hope someday I can repay your kindness. Tish! Sure, he carried it around a bit, but I made the damn thing. Don't I deserve a little more than left-handed compliments? What? The anima manifested again? When? Literally like 2 seconds ago. But I didn't see anything. Are you certain? Doing better than yesterday. I fell asleep on the couch while watching the Repent stream. Oh, jeez. Well, I hope you got a good rest, Hobbit. Why is it that only you are able to see the anima when it chooses to present itself? Maybe it's got no interest in the likes of you. Nah, he's a cute femboy, leave him alone. I suppose the anima's not yet strong enough. Perhaps one day, after it is fully matured, we too will be able to behold its wonders. This calls to mind Thabnarian literature on the Zodiac Braves, legendary heroes who wielded arms of unparalleled strength. But soon they will tell tales of a new legend, of you and your anima weapon. Now don't be getting ahead of yourself, lad. There's no denying its beauty, but there's still room for improvement. You just said yourself, the anima ain't fully matured yet. I do not need you to remind me of such things. I've kept a rather comprehensive account of everything we have done thus far. With all the data I've collected, it is only a matter of time before the next step in fostering the anima is clear. Which reminds me, Talcarius, if you would care to read over my notes on our work, you are more than welcome to pore over them at your leisure. They're just on the table over there. Aye, that's the way, lad. Every step brings us closer to finishing this bleeding weapon, which brings me a step closer to a life free from debt that kills, swindle, and winch Rowena. Makes sense the old world's more of a narrative game than that if new stuff swells, they will go on to make new stuff. Nathan said that new races are a way for people who already have fantasy models to give money and support besides new people. Yes, I generally agree. Alright. Next step is 1750 poetics with a glow. He's got a repeatable quest, but it's not. It's one I don't think I. No, they're not offering it here. Okay, wow, I'm done with these guys. Okay, cool. Cool, so shitload of poetics. Nice. But I've got nothing. It's pretty cool. A little humble. We'll definitely have to get that glow on it, but that'll take time. Alright. Next up, we got some little daily shit to knock out. Sure. Have I had time to go through the Beastman and Wood Elf Arcane Journals? Once each, yes. I need to go through them a few more times. Essentially, yes. And I am very, very eager to see where they're gonna go. As far as like anything super new, it's a mix of new and old. That's quite exciting. Like the fact that the Larlorn is back to being like a canonical group of elves that are rather unique. You know, they're not the book very much treats them as if they're not standard wood elves. They're different. They still call them Azrai in the book, which I find a little disappointing. I do wish they had used the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplays title for them, which is the Aeonir. But you know, it's whatever. But I do like Kralma a lot. Kralma is very, very cool. Who is the funny enough, he's the only actually new character. Because all of the other characters that we've seen so far have been all the other new characters we've seen are old characters, you know, so it's like Orion, fucking Goros Warhoof, and Eroloth. So like none of those are new. Those are all characters we're well familiar with and have been around for a hot while. But Chroma is awesome, and is probably one of the coolest new characters. His story has a lot of potential to be super duper cool, especially because I'm pretty sure they're building up to him killing. I'm pretty sure he's gonna kill Orion in the upcoming story beat, which is gonna be really interesting. Because not many characters get to kill Orion. Orion is actually pretty fucking terrifying, rather consistently in the lore. He tends to curb stomp people. So the idea that they are very well going to be bringing us to a story beat where he's going to get killed by somebody, I'm very eager to see that play out. No, not you. You. I think this is one of those annoying ones where I have to come back. Which old world arcane journal is the best so far? Ooh. That is hard to say. That is very hard to say. It's definitely, I would say, the best one so far in that it has impressed me in that it tackled a lot of, it did some like pretty good lore, and I'm pretty excited for where the story is going so far. Would probably be like the High Elves. I think the High Elves had a really strong arcane journal that introduced a lot of cool concepts, a lot of really solid focus on like what's going on with the big narrative, explaining what the High Elves are up to, setting the seeds down for future mysteries. I think they did a really, really good job. The Warriors of Chaos book I thought was pretty good. I like that the Warriors of Chaos are active, and I do like that Norska got kind of like its own unique focus. However, I do have to kind of heavily penalize the book, in my opinion, because they completely wasted Galrach. Like, Galrach is in the book, and he does absolutely nothing. And he doesn't get a lore page, which was super weird. Like, in most of the arcane journals, I find a little annoying when they're inconsistent. And that one is... Oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to... What was I gonna say? The Warrior of Chaos book, I was pretty frustrated at the fact that almost all the characters in all of the other books have 2-page spreads. So like Orion has a 2-page spread, Chroma has a 2-page spread, Erloth has a 2-page spread, Goros Warhoof has a 2-page spread, but Galrach got nothing. Like, he has nothing. The only lore is on like the side panel of his like stats profile. So they don't like explain what he's doing there or like what the point is, and the whole thing is very weird. And I'm not a fan. Hey, Discount Humor, thanks so much for the raid. How you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. We're just kind of chilling out, talking about some Warhammer Fantasy stuff, while also working on some quick dailies before we're going to be wrapping up some pretty cool content today. We finished Heavensward a while ago, but we're in the post game, and we're going to be finishing that today, which is pretty cool. How's it going? Stream's going great. We're having a good time. I finally fuckingly got the stupid ultimate kettle nexus. after like 1,000 years, that it was awful. I don't know why I did that to myself, but I have it. I have completely finished that super obnoxious A Realm Reborn post-game storyline. I fucking did it. And we also got a big step done on our like super weapon for the Dark Knight weapon, the animal weapon. So progress. Let's go up first. Well, appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for the raid. Oh, hey, Melt's here. Hello. I like picking on you because you give me stuff, even though you take 1,000 fucking years to kill. I don't remember how I... There we go. I don't remember the button to push. Hey Sotek, any real hope they will follow your hero suggestion for the new Norse DLC? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I do know it was passed on to the dev team. So I do know that the devs will have gotten the guys at Sophia did get my note about the Pamir Noble. But you know, like, they're pretty damn close to being done with the DLC, and it's also very possible that they, you know, they're gonna be like, Sotek, like, come on, man, like, we got bigger fish to fry, and that's very fair. There we go. Wow, that goes so much faster with the DPS. I'm gonna wait for this public quest to end so I don't have to deal with these stupid toads. I don't know what you want from me. Oh, here it is. But yeah, I have passed it on to them, so we'll see what happens. And like, I don't know what the answer is, right? Like, it could be that Team Sophia is like, well, we would do that, Sotek, but little do you know that we do have plans to put in Pamir Matriarchs as a generic lord choice later. So we're going to ignore your suggestion because we have more plans for the Pamir in the future. To which I would say, that's great. Please carry on. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen because they have all the information, and obviously there are things they can't tell me due to, like, you know, what's allowed to be shared with me and such. So yeah, we just gotta hope for the best. Discount humor rates are, you don't need to apologize, you're all good, dude. I appreciate you coming by. You don't have to stay. Feel free to, like, you know, go get some water or stretch, or if you know, you got other stuff to do, don't feel bad. Feel free to just head out. Appreciate y'all come by, say hi. If you want to hang out with us and chat about all sorts of stuff, feel free to do so. I'm just kind of knocking off dailies at the moment, so we're just sort of chilling. Once we're done with this, then we got actual story content to do. Sophia's better at listening to requests. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Well, I should say I don't think that's fair to the head team. I think that it's simply a... I think Sophia is a fresh pair of eyes. And they are approaching problems with new and fresh ideas, as opposed to approaching it from a situation of that, you know, they've already been tangling with it and like dealing with it for a very long time, which can cause some issues. Plus, there's a lot going on at the head studio. You know, it's not a secret that they're working on other games. We don't know what games, but we know it's likely a fantasy game and probably a historical game at minimum. But what those are going to be, who knows? There have been a lot of rumors. I mean, there's been rumors of Total War Warhammer 40,000, Total War Star Wars, Total War Age of Sigmar, though I'm pretty sure that one's completely bullshit. I've heard all sorts of things about like potential large historical game, but it could be any number of things. So I think Sophia kind of has the advantage of that, you know, they are able to just focus on what it is they want to do, which in this case is Warhammer, and they're fresh and are coming at it with new ideas, and yeah, it's just busy. But I wouldn't say that Sophia is, like, better or worse. You know, it's just their turn. And hopefully they do a great job. I think they will do a great job. But I don't want to, shit on the head studio, you know? Okay, how close are we? Hey, tomorrow, before I leave for Offkai, we will finish the Sylph storyline, which means we'll also get to do the big combined quest. Woohoo! That'll be exciting. Alright, and then we're off to finish hunts, because I got distracted. In fact, I didn't even do the hunt I was here to do. Soon, actually, that means we are like insanely close to finishing a Realm Reborn content. Because I think the only thing left at that point that we will not have done will be like the legendary items for like the other careers, which I probably just won't do, at least not for like 1,000 years, because I've done it once. I did it once, and I think that's bragging rights enough. Also, I would like to inform you all that my Death Knight is level 69. Nice. And job quests? Yes. Which that will definitely do one day. But that'll be after we're through, like, all the main stuff. Thought he had a friend. I guess he didn't. I'd love to see you and Andy educate Sophie on some issues. I mean, who's to say we haven't? Like, you don't know if they watch Lorebeards. Maybe they do watch Lorebeards. Maybe they don't. Who can say? Oops. Flying the wrong way. These are like weird little poodles. Cool. Then we just need the elite. Fun fact is that I don't actually need these to get Alexandrite anymore. I'm just building up allied seals for the sake of having allied seals. Like, I'm only going to do these hunts in the future if the weekly hunt is available. Because I am to the point where I just no longer need it. Which is super cool to say. Not having to buy Alexandrite anymore is the best feeling in the world. Genuinely. What creature is this? Crab? Is he over here? No? Is he over here? No. God, I hate summer. I really should consider buying like a a large, like an additional southeast. I really should consider buying like one of those air conditioning units that Andy had in his office. I guess it's further southeast. What the fuck is this thing? Ah, there he is. What kind of pushable ones? No, he had one like installed up on his wall. The problem with this room is this room has too many fucking like giant windows. So because of that, what I probably need to do is I need to get blackout curtains. What are you? Guild heist? No. I forget what those are. Alright. So that's done. I have 3 more beast quests I can do. So why don't we go to the Churning Mists? No, that's not what I want. Oxundu, that's where I want to go. Let's go to Oxundu and we can knock out some Vundud quests. Did I read the most recent Cathay post? Yes, I did. It was quite nice. It was quite nice. Make their little islands set up here a little less pathetic. Oh, I just realized I still have another Sylph quest, but it's not enough to put me over the limit. I don't know if I should even bother doing it. I don't know what I have you for, but I'm gonna kill you because you're lit up. Nice. Comb and get it. Use the wet straw to draw from the nest and get at. Okay. heat pump? I don't know. I forget. I'd have to ask Andy what it specifically was. The more responsible thing to do would definitely be to start off with blackout curtains to block all the extra sunlight and stuff from coming in, and then go from there. But yeah, the Cathay blog was super duper good. It made me feel really happy about how seriously GW is treating adding new factions to the game. That when they do, they're making sure to like really do their research about making sure that the new stuff they add is well made and interesting and actually compels you to want to do research about like the various cultures that inspire it. Which is a good sign. I think that's a very good sign. But we will be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow as well. Because today my goal is to basically do everything I gotta do to finish the Scholasticate and the main story quest, and then we'll see where we're at time-wise. And then my hope is that tomorrow, assuming, because I assume we won't have time for it today, but assuming we don't have time for it today, then tomorrow we'll just be spending the entire day leveling White Mage. That is the current plan. And then Thursday, we might do a small stream Thursday morning, depending on how I'm feeling, because I don't leave until, I think, a little later in the day. But Thursday, I leave for Offkai. Some more is not to mention between all the research and building research between China, Japan, and Korea, they might be building for future race stuff. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It makes me really hopeful that if the rumors I've heard are true, and they do eventually decide to bring back the legacy races, so bring back like the Dark Elves and all that stuff. But what I would really like to see is if they bring the Lizardmen back to Old World. It would be nice to see how they update aspects of the Lizardmen to try and make them a bit less, a little less silly, which overall they were doing a pretty good job of in the later editions. But like, it'd be nice to see the naming conventions of the Lizardmen get cleaned up a bit. There you are, Trial Tomes. Oh, did that complete my thing? Oh, okay. I guess I can knock this out real fast. Why not? Linu Valley. All right, here we go. As the rising sun does each morning, Dakaris' arrival brings a great smile to Linu's face. Soon I depart to Old Home, Ok Gundu, and Netherling support would be most welcome. Rumors of Vanu who still live among the village's remains spread like seeds in the wind. Linu thinks it may be fellow Gundu, Linu cannot leave members of tribe to mercy of Vundu. Time is of the essence. We must find the lost Vanu before they do. Dalkarius' skill for finding lost things is renowned, and Linu Valley asks him to aid in search. Much time passes since Gundu flee from village, and Linu doubts the Vundu still search in large numbers. Linu Valley waits at entrance to Oak Gundu. May Zephyr winds bring Dalkarius there safely. You got it, boss lady. Kind of crazy how much faster the beast quests are in Heavensward. Was there anywhere in the world that had a happy ending? Depends, but yes. There are people in the Warhammer world. Excuse me. There are people in the Warhammer world who live good lives, or at the very least, when the day came for their death, they died well, and they died with like a smile on their face. There are people that have died happily and peacefully in the Warhammer world. They're certainly not the most common, but they are out there. They're out there. I mean, yeah, I would say Rapunzel Leoness had a good ending from what we know about her. She didn't become a Grail Knight, but I don't think she wanted to become a Grail Knight. She didn't aspire to become one. In order to become a Grail Knight, she would have had to give up the dukedom that she was put in charge of. And I would say that she very much felt that she had earned the right to rest. Ah, the Netherling has come. Linu Valley says much and more of prowess. Linu's intuition proves correct. As soon as she begins searching village, Ranu Valley comes running towards her with smile like nestling reunited with mother. Netherling, honor of meeting Ranu Valleys is Ranu Valleys. Vundu are not to be feared if one who lays low the white walks with us. Ranu's skill at botany is the pride of whole Gundu tribe. Even when rain runs dry and sun burns hot, her crops do not wither. Linu proudly wears crown of flowers Ranu makes for her. Ranu tells of another Gundu, Inu Vanu, who leaps to islands below to escape Vundu pursuers. Inu is stout and strong. Surely he is unharmed. We remain here as lookouts. Dalkarius, search islands below for any sign of Inu Vanu. Sir, you also are a lady, aren't you? Inu leaps down to island below, but from here Ranu see no traces of him. Got it. This game's monetization drove me away. It was fun while I could afford it. Yeah, it's not the... You know, these kinds of MMOs, they're not the cheapest. That's for damn sure. Netherling? Inu Vanu knows not what to make of this. What? Linu Valley sends Netherling? Like double rainbow, her coming brings joy. Come, let us go and meet her. Fucking double rainbow. Yeah, MMOs are definitely hobbies. Yeah. They are somewhat, unfortunately, a heavy commitment. Linu Valley tells much of Netherling's great feats. To have the one who fells the white by our side. Next time, Inu invites him for cloud fishing. Inu Valu's skill is at hiding match skill at cloud fishing. Linu Valley thanks Dalkarius for his help. Inu Vanu is Gundu's most esteemed cloud fisher. Now tribe can feast on most succulent fish in Cloud Sea. There! Even cowardly Paisa cannot hide forever! These Vanu are Gundu? Like trained Sanuwa, you are at the Vundo's every beck and call. Only cowards followed so blindly. Honu Vanu, chief of Vundu, evoker of the white, illuminates true path like full moon in midnight sky. But for rebellious Vanu, there is only punishment. Dalkarius, wait! Now is not time for fighting. Now is time for Sundrop Dance. What you doing, boss? Ha ha ha! Skies weep in embarrassment at pathetic dance. Even unpainted totem pole presents more fearsome display. Behold a dance of true might. Well, okay then. So much for that. Linu owes Dalkarius many apologies. Once she dances with ferocity of summer squall. But now, remembering vicious Vundu attack on village fills Linu with fear, leaving her unable to dance as before. Linu once takes pride in Sundrop Dance, but now her pride is gone, and she feels as a newborn hatchling, shivering in the cold without its mother's body for warmth. But that we are safe is a blessing at least. Let us return to Oksundu. Sonu Vanu will certainly be eager to meet Okgundu Naki's new residents. Alright, you rascals, get on out of here. I just bullied Katep with Karanak, that poor old man. How dare you? How dare you abuse the elderly? Elder abuse is illegal. What do you think would happen if Teclis were to stand was next to Luther Harkin? Oh, the heck? My game crashed. Oh no! I don't think anything like necessarily super crazy would happen. It would probably be a situation of, well, it depends. So as the lore is written, nothing crazy would probably happen. Other than, you know, them probably being very unpleasant towards one another. But I would suggest, based on a lot of the discussions that we've had with like Andy and talking about the lore and the universe and everything, I would suggest that that all of the creatures and entities and people in the Warhammer world are used to having a certain amount of magic present around them, right? Just like we're used to having a certain amount of oxygen. And that someone like Luther Harkin, who is a vortex of magic, right? He's sucking magic into himself like a black hole. Standing near him would probably be profoundly unpleasant. It wouldn't be like super dangerous per se, it would just be unpleasant. That being said, the effects on Teclis in particular could actually be extreme, because Teclis actually relies quite heavily on the magic from the potions of Chiroi to like stabilize him and keep him healthy and strong. So it could be that the effects of his potions might be disrupted, or his weakness would be greatly exasperated by being too close to Luther Harkin, especially elves. I mean, elves are the most magical beings in the world that are still mortal, you know? Chief Sonu, Linu Vali introduces Ranu Vali, one of Gundu's most skilled botanists, and Inu Vanu, one of our tribe's eminent cloudfishers. Gundu Naki grows, and along with growth comes change. Sonu is eager to see what the future holds for your village. Sanu hears rumors of the Gundu's difficulties feeding its members. How do you hope to survive with even more beaks to feed? Sanu, Gundu are no mere nestlings. Ok Gundu Naki does more than survive. It thrives. All Zundu are welcome to visit and see for themselves. Yeah, plus they just added a botanist and a cloud fisher. You idiot. How do you think they're gonna feed themselves? They literally just got 2 food people. Is Luther Harkett the closest thing to a pariah? A blank? Yes. He would probably be the most accurate comparison. I mean, there are blanks in Warhammer Fantasy. They're not called blanks. They're called other things. But Luther Harkin would fit the description, I would say. Scion, whenever CA gives the character unique items a once over, do you think we could see missing items added? I fucking hope so. Oh, whoops. Not you. No, shush. Dakarius, in truth, the rumors Sanu Vanu hears are not wrong. Tribe does have difficulty feeding everyone, but now we can grow and catch our own food without relying on the generosity of others. Nevertheless, there are those in Okzundu who say Chief Sonu gives too much and think us Gundu to be nothing but a burden. Islands in Cloudsea are precious indeed. It is no wonder that some feel an outsider undeserving of such a gift. So, all in Okzundu Naki must work tirelessly to make village prosper, both to show gratitude to Sonu and also to quell voices of doubt. Now that tribe can fend for itself, the Zundu doubtless take notice. Linu's sun-drop dance may lack vigor of past, but until the day brother returns to us, she must lead her tribe in his stead. Hooray! Yeah, Cetra deserves this fucking Scarab Breach, dude. Ranu Vali and Inu Vanu take up residence at Ogundu Naki, increasing the village's food stores. Reputation up! Alright, now I can turn this in. What would the Hex think of Cetra? Honestly, I mean, they would probably be fairly arrogant towards one another, but I genuinely think that Nehek would probably be proud, in a way, despite himself. I think there's very much. I think he would be proud of Cetra, especially because Cetra is of his get. Whoa, hold up. That's not what I wanted. What's this? Where's this? Ah, I'm going the wrong way. Want firewood, do you? Well, not happy to give it away. It's a free. Yeah, here's your fucking candy. Oh, blah 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 blah. Here's your firewood. All right, thank you. There you are, my good sir. We can just abandon this quest. We'll be able to get it tomorrow, which means I can actually do one more of these. Oh, this one's actually super easy too. Tell your dog we said hi. I will when I see her again. She's somewhere else in the house right now. It's that time of day where like more and more people start coming home. So she is busy greeting everyone and probably laying around seeing if she can snipe some food somehow. She get attention? She gets attention. But Sadie's kind of Sadie's a pretty standard Pyrenees in that she likes attention, but she likes it on her terms. And she'll go pretty quickly from like, I'm very excited to see you to like, okay, I've had enough, leave me alone. Like she's not she's not the kind of dog that like just wants endless attention. A lot of the time, like it depends on her mood. Rerolled all my items after a long victory and you only got scrapped? That's some shit luck, Hobbit. Sadie's like a cat. I mean, all Pyrenees are like that. If you've ever met a Great Pyrenees, they tend to be very standoffish compared to most dogs. Not like mean, they're very independent. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's done. So now we can go do the Scholasticate quest. So last time we left off with, we noticed like some of the students being bullied and there's problems and shenanigans happening with people stealing stuff and all sorts of other nonsense. Basically some lasting ramifications of the whole situation in Ishgard. Okay. So we're gonna make this our priority quest. I don't know why I'm walking. I can teleport like a reasonable person. You got the scintillating shield as an item drop? Nice. I mean, scintillating shield's quite nice. It introduces some fun potential mechanics about messing with, I teleported the wrong place, of messing with magic. Where do you want me to go? Oh, okay. Yeah, now I understand why the detective is in this side story and not in the Hildebrand quest. I was expecting him to be in the Hildebrand quest. I was always like, what is he doing in this other one? All right, Briardian, yes. Suit and white pumice dust. We have our boy. Why'd you steal the statue head? Master Adracia, a pleasant surprise to see you once more. Praise be to Halone. So you are asking after the statue piece? I made sure to lock the workshop door, so I don't understand how it could have been taken. But worry not. I take full responsibility and will personally see it returned. That won't be necessary. Inspector Briardian at your service. I am told you were recently harassed by several ruffians in the Broom, and I suspect they may be responsible for this theft. What can you tell me about these men? We need the Carl Franz table as an item. That would be hilarious. Nothing, Inspector. I'd never seen them before in my life. And besides, why would they want to steal a statue piece? It makes no sense. In any event, as I said, the responsibility is mine and mine alone. Now, if you will excuse me. Ooh, somebody's scared shitless. Admirable sense of responsibility notwithstanding, is clearly hiding something. Dalcaris, I think we may find our answers in Foundation. While I make inquiries in the Broom, I ask that you keep an eye on the Forum. Many miscreants are wont to delight in their misdeeds, and this one may be drawn to the statue. Started a Valkyria campaign, hoping to get a Book of Corn. I haven't seen one. Yeah, the Book of Corns are hard to get, unless you use a mod to cheat. Which, if you're really desperate, there are mods that cheat. There are mods that allow you to, or, well, I mean, you could just also use command prompts. But there are mods that let you spawn certain items if you are so inclined. But if you're trying to do it organically, then yes, it is, it's gonna be a bitch. How does Estalia handle wizards? Do they have their own colleges like the Empire? We don't know. Generally, so they will, sometimes they have wizards that used to work for the Empire. Or like were part of the colleges, but either left the colleges and just like wandered out further into the world to get some distance with the colleges because they had like a bad experience or whatever, or maybe they're like particularly interested in money, or they might be what are known as renegade wizards, which renegade wizards are often self-taught, or they had a master, but they didn't learn like one of the 8 they didn't learn the elven way, they learned the human way, which means they're going to be practicing some kind of bizarre forms of magic. But most of them will either be ex-members of the Colleges of Magic, or they will be local individuals that had the gift and they sort of taught themselves, or they learned from a master. But they would probably not be a traditional wizard that wields one of the 8 winds. They'd probably be more like the wizards we see in the old world, where they're like an elementalist, or an illusionist, or a shaman, or a necromancer, but not like a Nagash necromancer, like more of a death wizard type necromancer, or a demonologist, or whatever. Though a demonologist would be doing that like undercover, they would not be doing that openly. But most of them are, yeah, gonna be like that. These two. So this guy burned your book last time. Is he gonna burn the fucking statue piece? Master Adracia, how did you... suppose I should be honest with you. I'm certain the stolen piece is in that crate. I know you are helping the inspector, but I beg you, let me try to reason with Ben first. Excuse me. Ben, please return the statue piece and all shall be forgiven. You do understand the consequences of what you are doing? Defiling a saint's monument is a serious crime. When Father Chasseau read us stories at the orphanage, you loved the ones about Saint Valerian. Do you not wish to see the statue restored? Saint Valerian, an Azure dragoon who drew the great worm away from Ishgard. For all we know, that too was a lie. The Holy See and the Bloody Highborn deceived us, Theo. They built their fortunes on our backs. But you would willingly believe those lies if it meant a chance at a better life for yourself. I knew you were the one behind this. You've been following Theo and me ever since we met in the Broom. Be careful, Dalcaris. He's not going to give it up without a fight. I feel like I am escalating matters severely here. Wait, all of you. I still believe Ben will do what's right. There you go again, turning up your nose and spewing shite as if you're one of them. Don't you see? I am doing what's right. I'm ridding us of these false heroes. Bah, keep your bloody head and your librarian lessons filled with lies. Believe them if you want. You're just as bad as the rest. He is right to be angry. I dreamt of teaching our people to walk in Halone's grace. But when the scripture itself has been called into question, how am I to find my own way? Whatever shall I do? Forge your own path, kiddo. My own path? You mean interpret the scripture on my own? A different approach to our faith, to be sure, but mayhap you have the right of it. Forgive me, Ben, but I've come too far to give up now. If Alone's teachings have been distorted by man's hand, then by man's hand must they be redeemed. That's all well and good, but we won't change Ishgard by standing around the snow. At least Ben left us the statue piece. We best return it before that prize peacock starts squawking to the deputy headmaster. Will you come too, Dalcarius? I'm sure he'd appreciate your help in retrieving it. Yeah, you two scrawny little shits aren't gonna be able to carry that shit. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe they can. Never mind. I shouldn't have talked shit about them, apparently. The famous Chilean wizard of the Great Maw. I guess gastrology is a pretty, or gastromancy is a pretty dangerous spell, lore. And do your little curtsies. Master Adracia, I see you've returned as well. Lay and Thimmelson have just finished explaining to me what happened. I thank you for your help in resolving this matter swiftly. But there appears to be something missing. Dalcarius, pray tell, what became of the suspect? Surely these two wish to seek justice for the theft. Those two will tell you not, Inspector, for they are the culprits whom you seek. Rude. Allow me to shed some light on this troubling situation. As a son of House Desmal, it pained me to learn that our artisan's precious work had been spirited away. So I saw fit to conduct mine own investigation. I followed Lay at a distance, only to find him and his friend consorting with the culprit. Camaraderie among orphans of the broom is to be expected, but to steal a saint's head so that they may retrieve it to prove their merit. Punch him. And such desperation that they would desecrate a tome in this manner. You would expect a seminarian to treat any holy text with the utmost care, even if they are but children's stories. Piss off, you priggish whoreson! Dalcarius was there, he'll tell you you're wrong. Enough! You will all conduct yourselves with decorum as befits seminarians. Lay, we will discuss penance for your foul language anon. Father Bruvagnon, if I may, the next time the Scholasticate apportions work with the sacred monuments, pray entrust them to me. I'm certain the artisans of my house would be at ease knowing their work was in cleaner, more dependable hands. And as for my ignoble peers, if the comprehension of advanced scripture is still beyond you, such that you require a tattered tome of children's lessons, then allow me to procure for you a new copy with mine own coin. You need not thank me. House Desmal prides itself on its charity to the deprived. Punch him! Punch him! Aw. My tome, if you would! Oof! Poor kiddo. Just how long are you planning to lie there? Oh God, women! You're completely hopeless. Meet cute, meet cute, meet cute. Thank you, Blaze. Blaze? Blaze? Oh my God, those two are definitely a pair. That's so funny. Damn, dude, she ate shit. Gah, this is what happens when you let him walk all over you. It'll be a miracle if we're not branded heretics by the end of this term. Lay, Demosant, consider this a warning. You were saved by this time solely by Master Odracia's integrity and the grace of the Fury. But I will not turn a blind eye if you continue to fraternize with questionable company. It's like, yeah, I saved your city, and that rich kid is like massively full of shit. Ah, the insurmountable wall between the highborn and lowborn. I wonder, did our ancestors build it brick by brick, or was it fate which drove us apart? And where shall we go from here? Who the hell's that? You know, that was clearly the end of a segment. Master Odracia, must apologize for the behavior of my students. They have been at each other's throats since the revelations came to light. As for your performance, you have surpassed my expectations, and I will allow you to assist Briardian in his work at the Scholasticate. Well done. If I may be so bold, Uncle, though I have but arrived, this is the only case you have had me investigate thus far. I must say I found it rather a waste of my talents. While theft is indeed a serious matter, I cannot help but wonder if this was merely some pretense. Surely you have a more pressing problem. An astute observation. I expected nothing less. There is indeed another matter I should discuss with you and your newly appointed associate. I had better start from the beginning. It would not do to involve Master Odracia with our affairs without first ensuring he possesses a proper understanding of how our seminary functions and how we have been forced to change. You see, most men and women of the cloth go on to live fulfilling lives as pastors, academics, and poets. However, those who graduate from the Scholasticate with the highest marks are given an opportunity to serve in the vault, and perhaps one day rise to prominence. The stakes are quite high for those who seek such prestige, but they know full well that their academic performance may determine their future. It is they who strive for the top 3 seats that are granted the Scholasticate's official endorsement, the Trinity. And so those who wish to guide Ishgard's faithful spend their days cumulating marks through academic pursuits, while at the same time honing their skills to persuade others to share their interpretations of scripture. Up until now, it resulted in no more than the occasional lively debate, but the Holy See was ultimately responsible for dictating doctrine. Ranking was naturally determined by one's familiarity with said doctrine. However, in light of recent events, that is no longer an option. Simply put, we cannot currently assess their academic performance in the traditional manner, as a significant portion of the curriculum has been called into question. As a result, we have been forced to consider more subjective methods. In this time of uncertainty, students are wont to lash out at their peers, whom they fear will exploit this interim system to their advantage. Distressing, I suppose. But what does this have to do with us? I require your unparalleled skills of observation and deduction. The only way to put an end to this bickering between students is to ensure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that our interim evaluations are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. I ask you to stand as an observer Until a new curriculum is decided, our evaluation system is vulnerable. In other words, you want us to catch the cheaters. Fucking glasses push. Precisely. Now then, I have received word that the headmistress has returned to her office at the cathedral. I would ask that you introduce yourselves. But there is something you should keep in mind when speaking with headmistress Elvian. She was appointed to her position by the former archbishop. Thus her views on the curriculum are quite traditional. I would advise you to discuss matters regarding the Holy See with the utmost care. Oh, I'm sure this will be delightful. I get to talk to a woman who was put in power by the establishment that I literally ripped apart with my own two hands. I'm sure she'll be delightful. What could possibly go wrong? Although Uncle said we should speak with care, we would be remiss in our duties if we refrain from asking difficult questions. I trust you agree. We have been expecting you. The headmistress awaits you within. Headmistress Elvian. May I have the pleasure to introduce the individuals who shall be in charge of keeping order at the Scholasticate. This is the consulting Inspector Briardian and his associate, Dacarius Adracia. Dacarius Adracia. I must say, Father Bouvignon, your selections are rather appropriate. Ahem. We thank you both for your service in our time of need. I trust that Father Bouvignon has briefed you on our humble seminary. Saint Endelim's Scholasticate has produced Ishgard's finest clergy for centuries, including countless men and women who have served in the highest echelons of the Holy See, all of whom were spared a brutal death on the battlefield in service to a misguided war they perpetuated, or so some might be given to say. Indeed, some might, and they would not be entirely mistaken, for while we were wholly unaware of the deception perpetuated by the archbishops, we did unwittingly sustain it, to our sorrow. The idea that we willingly subjected them to false precepts is, of course, preposterous, a contrived fantasy. Nevertheless, some fervently believe it true, and these selfsame individuals have come to view our instructors and students as targets for their misguided anger. It is of paramount importance that we restore faith in the teachings. Yet how are we to regain the trust of the common man when our own seminarians are embroiled in such childish quarrels? You refer to this tension regarding the interim evaluation system? Quite frankly, it is but one facet. Classes have also been suspended until we complete our own painstaking review of the curriculum. Some students have taken leave, while the more dedicated have taken upon themselves to conduct independent work to demonstrate their merits. We cannot allow this situation to continue indefinitely. Graduation is approaching, and we must make our recommendations, but the senior class is divided. They know not how they will be evaluated. Rather, they understand how they will be evaluated, but have no faith that our methods will produce a fair result. A concern not without merit, I must confess. I too suspect that some may be driven to manipulate the interim system to their advantage. I expect some have already tried, but that is why we have brought in outside observers. Inspector Briardian, Dacarius Adracia, if anyone is engaging in unscrupulous behavior, I should have it brought to an end at once. May the Fury guide you in your task. She seems level-headed so far. Now then, before we proceed, might you both tell us a little bit about your students? Father... My apologies. I am Father Sutanor. In addition to teaching the fundamentals of Hellenic polity, I also oversee fundraising for the stipends of underprivileged students. While I would like to help you, I think my opinion would not do them justice. I would suggest getting to know them yourselves. I feel the same. The way in which pupils speak in front of their instructors is not the same as amongst themselves. In my 10 years of counseling, they have minded their etiquette and are not but cordial to me. However, I can recommend one of my students who is quite vocal. Mayhap you should try speaking with the dormitory prefect. Arcombaden. Given his closeness to the students' social affairs, he may be able to give you insight into what they talk about. Arcombaden. Ah, yes, the silver-haired boy, a son of House Desmol, as I recall. We shall heed your suggestion, Sister Gattel, given his duty and status. I'll punch him in the face is what I'll do. Fucking rich snob. Alright. Where is he? There's a little shit. Has no one ever told you that brandishing weapons is frowned upon in places of enlightenment? That is, unless Lei has sent you to stir up more trouble. Rest assured that my associate inspector draws his armaments only to resolve troublesome situations, not create them. We merely came to ask of your well-being and your expectations for the future. Under the auspices of the headmistress, I am sure. Very well, I, Lebrossoir de Bonfort of House Bonfort, in service to House Desmol, present to you Arcombaden de Desmol. As prefects for the Scholasticate dormitory, we are responsible for keeping the peace between our fellow seminarians. Correct me if I am wrong, but are you not the foreigner who went to rather great lengths to expose the Archbishop's falsehoods, responsible for the re-evaluation of the entire curriculum? Quite the resolution, that. And for what? Every great nation's history is marred by the sins of the past. Alamigo, Oldal, Lemsa Lomensa, please. Each was built on a foundation of lies and blood. Which is not to say we elite should not learn from these mistakes. But we who have served as shepherds of the people for 1,000 years have a duty to maintain order through the preservation of tradition. Would a Wainwright cast aside his father's best cart when it is but broken a wheel? Indeed, Arcombaden and I have said as much to those who support a more radical approach. The last thing we need is young seminarians running about crying for reformation. I see. So you both have been quite active in convincing the other students to see things your way. How have you fared? 'Tis hardly a daunting task. Many seek comfort in consistency. Sister Gattel has tasked us with bringing back the students who took leave. Why not let our results determine how persuasive we are? I thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation and wish you the best of luck with your efforts. Now then, Dalcarius, if these students are bringing back their truant peers, there must be others who are doing the same. Let us split up and seek out the participants. Absolute bastards. A lot of them. The lot of them! No. Y'all doing all right, chat? Hanging in there? Just chilling? All right, we're looking for a student. Aha! Althemison. What are you two nerds doing? Oh, hello, Dalcarius. Lay and I were just about to visit our friends at the Foundation to try and convince them to return to their studies. It's been quite difficult since we aren't exactly held in high regard right now. The dormitory prefects have made sure of that. We must do all in our power to motivate our friends to come back to the Scholastica. Then we can strive for high marks together. Right, and then we can convince our peers that we are just as worthy as any highborn in the clergy. They will welcome us with open arms, and all will be well in Ishgard. If Arkhambad and his cronies receive the Scholasticate's endorsement, no one will ever listen to us. We can't let them take the Trinity. I would rather not think of it that way, Lay. Let's just focus on bringing back as many people as we can. Well, that's how the Highborn are thinking about it. The more vocal we become, the more they will see us as a threat. So we have to stick together. Stick together! Yeah, it's a pretty interesting questline so far. I like that it is dealing with, like, the ramifications of the storyline. You know, it's not just that, oh, fingers snap, everything adjusted, all is well. It's like, yeah, no, there are growing pains and conflicts, and it reinforces the post-game conflict as well, with everything that our friends in Ishgard have been dealing with. A new friend from a faraway land graces us with his presence today. Well met, my good sir. And what am I, chopped liver? He was looking at me until you showed up. Lavicious lass? That's funny. Ah, I see. So you are helping Inspector Briardian. A pleasure to meet you. I am Cremivois de Matigny. Matigny. But you may address me simply by my first name. So what brings you to the Pillars? Could it be you are to observe how we go about convincing truant seminarians to return? Then by all means, let me show you how it's done. I must admit, I find many of the other students rather intimidating, but thanks to Cremivois, I am considering returning to the Scholasticate to resume my studies. We were just discussing the responsibility the Highborn have to redress the imbalance. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. So it is written in volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Polity. Equal under her ever-watchful gaze. Ah, would that you graced our halls with your presence one more, that I might favor you with my own gaze. I fondly recall seeing your lovely face always buried in that tome. Oh, Cremivois, you did notice! I thought to pin a lengthy treatise on it, but I could not make do once the volume vanished. Oh, so you held Mathieu by searching for that tome. With how relevant the content has become these days, I suppose it's not surprising it would go missing. In any event, you've convinced me. I will gather my things and return to the dormitory straight away. Yes, that is the way. One must seize the moment and act upon one's convictions. Life is but a fleeting, fragile thing, wouldn't you agree, my dear? Well, I've done my part in guiding a little lamb back to the flock. And now to celebrate with a well-deserved nap. I bid you both farewell. Who the hell's this chick, then? Okay, bye. I wonder if the Trinity is going to be one from each. So, like, they're going to pick the very obvious Harry Potter insert kid. the rich snobby brat, and then that guy. So it's, like, balanced. Oh my god, everybody's in here. Right then, let us see how competitive these students truly are. I have a text message. I have 4 text messages. Sadie brought a stick in the house. It brings me great joy to see so many of our brothers and sisters return to the Scholasticate. Sister Cathay, the floor is yours. Thank you, Akrambadan. I will now announce how many of our stray sheep each student persuaded to come home. Both Theomosant and Lay were able to bring back 1 student each. Janset guided 2 back into our arms. Akrambadan and Lebrasor were each able to convince 3 students to return, the most of all. Excellent work, all of you. What happened to that girl? Even I'm like, what? Oh, do I say that out loud or do I hold my... Yeah, I'll speak up for him. Whoa! What about the student creme of voix were convinced to return? Oh? Is this true? Are we missing someone from the count? Ooh, these little shits. The girl you speak of has formally withdrawn from the Scholasticate. Apparently, she was not all that enthusiastic about returning as she led Cremevoix to believe. Mayhap she chose to play along so that he would cease his harassment. Perhaps it was for the best. She rarely engaged her fellow students, instead choosing to sit alone and read the articles of Hellenic polity. Given the recent revelations, I suspect she became disillusioned with the faith. Strange you would say that, Lebrassoir. When last I spoke with her, Ula was quite interested in volumes 11, equal under her ever-watchful gaze passage. One that you and your master would sooner pretend did not exist. If she were the victim of harassment, I would rather expect it was at your hands. Are you implying that we had something to do with it because we did not share her views? What rot! You dishonor yourself and your house with such baseless accusations. Rather you would, if aught remained of your house to dishonor. I yield, good sir, I yield. I lack the qualities the Honorable Lord Akrambadan possesses, which enable him to deliver such observations. Well, if Ula has withdrawn, then I must mourn her departure by walking through the dormitory halls, reciting excerpts from volume 11. And how do you intend to do that? Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity has been missing for some time now. The tomes themselves are inconsequential if one has taken the words to heart. How fortunate we are that the wisdom of our forebears is not so easily forgotten. Would you not agree? Damn, he smoked their asses. He has it memorized? Got them. Such impudence as befits a sick son. For all his failings, his father was wise to send him away. At any rate, we are blessed that this handful of truants have returned to us. Truly, it is the Fury's will that we overcome these trials and tribulations, and move forward with a singular vision for the future. They're so obviously evil. They're not even subtle about it. A student with a keen interest in a controversial precept who withdraws without explanation. This seems rather odd to me as well. Mayhap it is worthy of our attention. Why is the Warrior of Light suddenly in a school slice of life? Post-game, brother. Post-game. Docarius, were you pleasant when Cramovois spoke with Ula? So she was indeed enthusiastic about returning to the Scholasticate. Then why did she instead decide to withdraw? Cremevoix all but accused Akrambadan of having a hand in it, as well as the disappearance of this volume 11. Not more than slander spoken in anger, perhaps, but the situation does merit further investigation. We look forward to your results, Inspector. Master Adrasia, if I might have a word with you in private, pray meet with me near the plaza in front of St. Reminol's Cathedral. In private? They're not trying to stab me. Better not try and stab me. Warrior of Light has picked up a hobby between expansions. Anime seems to be the current one, and I love it. I mean, a little bit of school drama. To be fair, it is a genuinely interesting, like, storyline following the societal ramifications of the Warrior of Light basically showing up and, like, punting all of their deeply held beliefs and foundational texts into question and being like, yeah, no, y'all dunked up. Acrobardin and Leprosaur are truly impressive, but they were able to bring the most students back to the Scholasticate. Surely have a way with words, but I had such skill. Theo could be so thick-headed sometimes. He doesn't realize what all those students Acrobardin and Leprosaur brought back will make our lives a living hell. At least Father Sertuanar understands the stakes. Thank you for coming, Master Aldracia. You're already acquainted with my two best students, Themosent and Lay. They have sought my counsel in their quest to obtain the Trinity seats, and I have been more than willing to oblige them out of a desire to ensure that all students are given equal opportunity. I am not blind to the machinations of our highborn students, after all. I know not what Acrobardin and Leprosaur have said to you, but I advise you to weigh it carefully. You witnessed their treatment of a fellow highborn student, did you not? And it should come as no surprise that they regard their lowborn peers far more harshly, discriminating against them with whatever means at their disposal. Those two believe that less fortunate students lack the potential to become great clergymen. But if Themosent and Lay can obtain the highest marks and secure their places within the Trinity through their hard work and virtue, then these misguided beliefs would be proved wrong. Even if we were to succeed, what difference would it make? Those who disagree will not be so easily swayed, and those who sympathize will be reluctant to speak out for fear of reprisals. Then you must find allies who are fearless, who do not flinch in the face of threats. Master Aldracia, have you come across any who fit that description? What about the boy? He fucking talked back like a boss. I thought so as well. He seems to treat everyone the same, and he defended Ula's honor at the assembly. The highborn Ledger, the one who skips out on sessions and can't even stay awake for the ones he attends? Are you daft? If he did decide to help us, I wouldn't even want it. No need to dismiss him out of hand, Lay. As Themosent said, he spoke out openly against Acrobardin and Leprosaur on behalf of Ula. He might be willing to do the same for you two. Absolutely not. I don't trust any of the highborn. Look, I'll help with finding others, but you're on your own with Cremavois. Very well. Master Aldracia, will you accompany Themosent? One cannot be too careful, especially with the rise in assaults on the clergy. Thank you. I certainly will find him in the pillars in his usual spot. Building tension! Oh, Grand Cathay pre-orders don't instantly sell out because I'm planning to buy everything. There's a reasonable chance they might sell out very aggressively. I mean, I hope for the future of the life of the game they sell out like hotcakes. But I hope you're able to get everything you want as well. Oh, the Levitius last is just the girl he's like mooching on. Alright. Macedon, sorry. I thought he would be more receptive to my appeal, but instead he seems rather annoyed. Can't you and Freckles see we're busy? Leave us be. Freckles? You certainly have a way with words, my dear. She's quite right, you know. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Cremavois, please, will you not help our cause? I believe us to be like-minded individuals. Those who desire a new path for the church, one based on principles of... So earnest and forthright, how adorable. I could hardly resist pinching those soft, supple cheeks. Oh, for the love of... Come, darling, let's go somewhere that will afford us privacy. An offer I dare not refuse. Good luck with whatever it is you're about, Freckles. He's gone. No, I cannot give up. The future of the church depends on us. I was not given an opportunity to explain in full, so I will not leave his side until he hears me out. Oh, shenanigans. I don't think this is that much more private than where y'all just were, but okay. Pre-orders usually will go live at 10 a.m. your local time. Oh. Well. Now, let's not get too hasty. I'm sure we can resolve this matter peacefully. Agreed. So long as you don't try something stupid and give me cause to cut his throat. Did I not tell you I was preoccupied? You there, take Freckles and get out of here. Rude? Release him at once, or I'll summon the watch. Don't you dare. The affairs of House Mainteney are none of your concern. She demands recompense, and rightly so. If I must pay with my life, then so be it. I will not allow it. Oh, don't look so glum. I must look upon your freckled face before I send to Halone's halls. I would favor you favor me with a smile or some such. Father's sins are now mine alone to bear, mine alone to answer for. Mayhap in death our house shall at last be redeemed. If it is recompense you desire, then you shall have it, but not with his life. The Fury forgives not those who kill their fellow man for wanton purpose. Permit him to address your grievances with coin, and you may have your justice without sin. Furthermore, I offer myself to you as a hostage in his place, that he might be free to secure sufficient ransom. Oh, War Guild. Have you got mad? I told you this is none of your... I will not abandon such a pious soul, one who shares my desire to make the world a better place. We are not so different, Grimoire. We have a chance to make amends for the sins of our fathers, to make Ishgard whole again. I cannot do that without you. You really are something else. Making a bloody speech about changing the world at a time like this. I offer the wealth of House Megtigny as ransom. The lady agrees to these terms, then I will go and retrieve it at once. Or I could just kill her. I'll take her silence as a yes. Now then, come. I've always wanted to tie someone up. Are these two like... I can't believe I agreed to this. You'd better hope no one walks this way or else your friend will pay the price, understand? We'll have to travel to my family's old estates in the Western Highlands to retrieve your ransom. I presume you'll wait here until I return? For now, but if you don't come back quickly, there will be a great deal of money besides. This one's life is forfeit, is that clear? Quite. As for you, Freckles, do not do anything else reckless. Master Odracia, I must ask that you come with me. Not due to go through all this trouble, only to be waylaid by bandits on my way back. Let us make haste. Okay then. Well, that took a bit of a turn. Not a bad one, though. I'm guessing that's his old family's estate. Forgive me. My family's fortune is buried not far from here, but I would rather retrieve it alone. Pray remain here a moment to keep watch for bandits and wild beasts. I mean like that wolf, right? Okay. I'll just hang out inside my chocobo. Dragons! He's taken an awfully long time. Oh, there he is. I have what we came for. Now then, let us pray that Freckles is still alive and well. Poof! Oh, they're like... Yeah, bro. All right, you hussy, give him up. Give me back the sweetum. Who I think this guy has yowie thing going for. It's about time. I'm freezing, and I'd half a mind to sked this one to keep warm. Now then, hand it over. Here you are. The entire fortune that was bequeathed unto me. Share it with your people as recompense, starting with the families of the bereaved. On behalf of House Montagny, I'm truly sorry. Well. That resolved surprisingly well. Theo, very forfend, what have you gotten yourself into this time? I swear I'll leave you alone for but a moment. I was never in any danger, Lay. I prayed to the Fury, and by her hand was Cramavoir returned to me. I am terribly sorry to involve you in my personal affairs. I should have known that the lives of my family would not be enough to sate the small folks' thirst for vengeance. Think nothing of it. I too lost my father, so if you ever have need to speak about it, you can confide in me as a friend. My father sought to curry favor with the Holy See, so he raised great levies to send to the front lines. Honor was his prize, but it was bought with the blood of his subjects, and eventually his own. The small folk have come to resent his demands for service, and when the truth of the war was revealed, they revolted. The mob overran the manor guard, and my father and 5 brothers perished at their hands. Had I not been sent away, I would have surely died with them. Our fortunes had grown poor following the calamity, you see. And since I was the youngest, father bid me leave to make my own way. So I enrolled in Scholasticate with hopes of becoming a bishop, bring honor to myself and my house. But now... No, there's no use dwelling on what could have been. We must look to the future, do what we can to make Ishgard whole again. Every moment is sacred, and you help me to see that, Theo. Consider me your friend and ally. Man, that's fucking harsh. His entire family got lynched by a mob. Jesus. Well said, Cramavoir, well said. Together you may bring about yet bring about lasting change. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Without the endorsement of the Scholasticate, the support of our peers, no one will listen to us. What's more, I haven't heard anyone explain how we're supposed to get seats on the Trinity. Ishgard wasn't built in a day, Lay. Besides, still plenty of time to work something out. See, I knew he wouldn't take this seriously. Well, let's go check that Ule chick. Calm yourself, Lay. Keep an open mind. Now, let us return and discuss our next course of action. Hobbit, I haven't bought a Warhammer mini for almost 20 years. I'm starting to feel the excitement. It should be fun. Oh, I nearly forgot. Inspector Briardian was looking for you at the cathedral. He wished to speak with you regarding his investigation, I believe. Alright, there's that chunk done. Almost got back to collecting minis and the world blew up and that's all she wrote. Yeah, that's you know, very fair. The world exploding do tend to put a stop on those kinds of things. Well then, my associate, have you anything to report? You've not heard the word hussy in a long time? It's a great word! Hussy's an awesome word. A former subject of House Magtigny demanding recompense for the misdeeds of Cramovoir's father. How fortunate that the situation was resolved peacefully. My investigation has been less productive. Unfortunately, I thought to speak with Ula, the student who withdrew from the Scholasticate, but I cannot find her anywhere. The same must be said of the infamous Volume 11, which contains passages extolling the virtues of equality. Like the girl, it has vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding these incidents suggest deliberate intent. Someone may be attempting to turn this tenuous state of affairs to their advantage. But if so, then to what end? For 1,000 years, a sickness has ravaged our city. It has festered within the hearts and minds of our citizens, and in our clergy especially. Treating it will be a long and arduous process, but an altogether necessary one. Our role in that process is clear. To diagnose the root of the Scholasticate's ailments. If there are malicious forces at work, then it is our duty to see justice done. I concur. In a time of unrest when the light of truth was lost to the righteous, the children looked to one another for guidance that they might walk in her grace. Ah, if it isn't my trusted associate back from the field. As you would doubtless have seen for yourself, change is sweeping through Ishgard, and the veil which once threatened to smother the hearts and minds of our people is slowly but surely being lifted. 'Tis as if our fair city has been born anew, and it is in large part thanks to you, which is not to say our problems have come to an end. No, the silent struggle between the lowborn and the highborn goes on, growing more fractious by the day. I've come to believe that someone, somewhere, is fanning the flames of hatred to further their own ends. I am convinced, now more than ever, that Ula's sudden disappearance, alongside that of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity, is no mere coincidence. For she and it, after all, were passionate advocates of equality among men. As to who is responsible and what their true intentions might be, I cannot say. Ascertaining these things will no doubt require that we first find the missing girl, and as of this moment, our best hope of learning her whereabouts may rest on discovering the fate of the book. As such, I shall continue searching for any clue which might lead us to the missing tome. In the meantime, I ask that you trouble the students for any information they might have on Ula. Failing that, find out if they have witnessed any unusual occurrences around the Scholasticate. Anything at all. Well then, let us be about it. Blasey has been so... I'm gonna go with Blaze. Blaze has been so distracted lately. I'm lucky if I can get a simple good morning from her. Ever since Ula left, she's been rushing about the city like a madwoman, looking for any information she can find on the girl. She might have an excuse to talk to Thimosint. Well, I know who I want to talk to. I'm sure I'll hear what this asshole has to say. How many times must I say this? Ula was not coerced into leaving, nor was she inducted, nor did she die from a fictitious disease. She quit the Scholasticate of her own free will for reasons known only to her in the Fury. Really, is it so difficult to understand? The lessons of Volume 11 seemed to resonate deeply with Ula. She would often stay up in the small hours reading and rereading them. Mayhap they spurred her to steal away in the night and take up with the revolutionaries. One of the seminars, one of the seniors told me she'd been diagnosed with something called lung rot, and that she's too weak to attend any of her classes. Thinking back, I did hear her coughing from time to time, but I've no idea it was anything so serious. The only really unexpected change I've seen of late is Lei's attitude towards Cremavois. It really seems to have warmed to him. Why, he even went as far as to initiate a conversation the other day. Ha! He spoke to me, it is true, but 'twas not out of fondness. He really hates me very slightly less than he values Ula's safe return. Welcome back, Master Odracia. What a pleasant surprise it is to see you. How might I be of service to you this day? Demoscent? Ah, in the wake of Ola's withdrawal, he and Lei have devoted their every waking moment to the task of uncovering her whereabouts. They are quite adamant that the girl must be found and persuaded to resume her studies here. As a matter of fact, they approached me earlier today to beg leave to travel to Gorgagni Mills, claiming that a trip there would yield the information they needed to accomplish their aim. No sooner had I granted their request than they rushed off. Such compassion and eagerness to serve others is a rarity even among the clergy. I cannot tell you how proud I am of what fine young men they have become. Man, it is really sending us out to the boonies. Divine Reckoning! Yeah, I have a bad feeling I'm not going to be able to get any minis. Like, I'm hoping I can at least get the Arcane Journal. That's like the one thing I'm like dying to get my hands on. But, like, all of my finances are dedicated towards Offkai expenses. And I don't get paid until next Monday. So, oh, hello. There's a thing here. Ooh. I like that there's some random person up here. Look out. It's a little funny I can't interact with it. Like, it's not lookout. What could it be? Pray? Is pray even an option? Yes. No, that didn't do it. If I just do everything, one of these will work. Sit? That's what I was kind of thinking. No? Maybe salute? Pay respects? Battle stance? Victory? Congratulate? Cheer? Pet? Archerfall? Fist bump? Hug? Congratulate? Thumbs up? Dance? Pay respects? Psych? Lush? Rally? It was Rally. Jesus. The Pike, a monumental stone sculpture carved in the likeness of Haldrat, the first Azure Dragoon. The stonemason and Purcell devoted 30 of her later years chiseling the piece, and has stood for more than 150 years since. Even today, one cannot find a more stirring tribute to one of Ishkar's founding founders. It's fucking ridiculous. Goddamn Rally of all options. Why are y'all at a grave? Dalkarius, is it really you? That we should be reunited thus amid the snowy peaks of Korthus is nothing short of a miracle. And since the hand of the divine at work, Alone has answered our prayers. Theo, Dalkarius has no idea what you're talking about. By all means explain, but do it slowly and from the beginning. My apologies. Excitement got the better of me. Dalkarius, this is the resting place of Father Chossois, the man who found room in his heart for two waifs from the street, granting them the opportunity to rise above their station in life. Ah, their adoptive dad. Do you perchance recall the book that was stolen from Theo and burned by that lost soul we once thought of as a brother? It was one of the last mementos we had of the man. Now all that's left to remind us of him is this place. Indeed, while often we come here to seek solace and guidance in his blessed presence, today our purpose is more practical. With our search for Ulan and Impasse, we had hoped he might grant us inspiration. And that is why I believe our meeting with you here in this hour of need is a sign from above. Mayhap the work of Father Cousseau himself. I take from this that we are not meant to bear this burden alone, that the obstacles we face can only be surmounted by working in concert with others. Ula's disappearance has thrown the Scholasticate into turmoil. The long-simmering mistrust between those of noble and ignoble birth has boiled over into outright hatred. Now, more than ever, we must seek to join hands with like-minded souls who understand that this malice will only serve to sow further discord. Like-minded souls such as you. God, I wish we could have some of this in the fucking US right now. I am reminded of the words of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. We must strive to love our neighbor, even as we love ourselves, just as Helone does. To do otherwise is to defy her will. Yes! And while we will surely be rewarded for our tolerance, the highborn bastards who would sooner pretend that passage doesn't exist won't be so lucky. Why, they may even find themselves on the receiving end of her spear for everything they've put us through. Ha 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 ha! Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? We still haven't found a single clue as to Ula's whereabouts. Fear not, Lay. With Dalkarius at our side, I have faith we shall find her and that she will soon retake her rightful place in the hallowed halls of St. Endulum Scholastica. I hope you're right. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, so there's no point in freezing our asses off out here. Till we meet again, Dalkarius. You gotta go talk to the girl that's got the hots for you. She has the next clue. I know she does. She's the one actually putting in legwork. That girl is motivated. Like the power of hopeless romance and horniness is powering that girl. Nothing will stop her. Long ass side quest. Master Adracia, I trust you were able to find Themosent and Lay. I see. Yes, the two of them have always shared a special bond with Father Trousseau, one that only seems to have grown stronger with his passing. It is encouraging to see that they have taken their lessons to heart and continue to work so fervently for the good of their fellow students. I fear, however, that a dark and treacherous path lays ahead of them. I only pray that when the time comes, they are ready for whatever challenges await. Master Adracia, just the man I was hoping to see. I'm sorry to say that a rather disturbing rumor has been circulating around the Scholasticate of late. One which claims that Archambaddon arranged for Ulla to be, taken away. That the boy scorns those who favor different interpretations of the scriptures, I do not deny, but I labor to believe he would go so far. To engage in such conduct would risk not only his own position as prefect, but the very honor of House Dismal, both of which mean a great deal to him. Regretfully, no one seems to know whence these ridiculous rumors came. They could have been concocted by anyone, for any number of reasons. In any event, with many still unsure of what to make of Ulla's sudden withdrawal, these wild accusations have only served to deepen the divide between our seminarians. At this rate, I fear others may decide they no longer wish to remain at the Scholasticate, and I would be most grateful if you would consent to investigate this matter. Should you oblige my request, I suggest you begin by speaking with Loremaster. I am told he has spent the past few days looking into Ola's activities prior to her departure, likely with the intent to absolve Archambaddon of suspicion. Wish the villain had a slightly less cumbersome name, but it is what it is. Right, this takes me... Yeah, it takes me downstairs. I want to be over here. Let's see. There he is. What you got there? Let me guess. You caught wind of the rumors and thought you would come and investigate, yes? Well, I'll have you know that Archambaddon is innocent. He has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with any of this nonsense. I've known him since childhood. While he might occasionally seem somewhat high-handed, mayhap even callous, he would never do anything to harm anyone. If that is not enough, there's also the fact that in the days and weeks prior to Ulla's disappearance, I was not out of his company for more than a few moments. He could not possibly have committed the crime of which he is accused without my knowledge. Whoever orchestrated all of this clearly planned for the blame to fall squarely on his shoulders. That much is certain. Yet numerous as the enemies of House Desmal are, struggled to think of who would resort to something so underhanded. Unless it was the girl herself. Don't you see? What a better way to besmirch the good name of one of Ishgar's foremost houses and win over your peers than to vanish and later spread rumors that he was somehow responsible, and then go and plant what? That is to say, oh, by the Fury, I pray I'm not making a mistake. But first, would have you swear to tell none but the inspector what I'm about to reveal? That you found the book at his place? Yeah, give it here, you piece of shit. I stumbled across this, volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. It had been conspicuously placed in Archambaddon's dormitory room, with Ulla's favorite bookmark tucked between its pages. I need hardly tell you what would happen if people were to learn of this. It's but a mercy. Excuse me. 'Tis a mercy that I chanced upon it, and not one more credulous. However, now that we have deduced who the perpetrator is, it should be simple enough to restore Akrambadan's reputation. All we need do is prove she and her revolutionary friends are responsible. Were I a braver, or foolish man, I would march down to the broom and demand answers. But you, a hero blessed with the strength of 100, need not fear for your well-being there as I do. You are my only hope. Please, I beg of you, take the book and use it to find the girl and prove these foul rumors false. Well, at least I know you're not involved. You're too stupid to have concocted anything more severe. I found the book! Ah, Dalcarius, you are returned. Please tell me your inquiries have been more fruitful than mine own. The infamous volume of parables on quality said to have mysteriously vanished off the library shelves shortly prior to Ula's equally inexplicable disappearance. Volume 11. It's the missing volume. However did you find it? So Le Bourgeois believes that Ula, one of her revolutionary friends, planted it in Akrambadan's room as part of an elaborate scheme to defame House Desmail. I continue to be amazed by what ridiculous conspiracies these children can convince themselves are true, as if the future of Ishgardian society shall be shaped by the actions of some few ambitious seminarians. Anyway, I will allow that she may have been consorting with others who supported Reformation, and were she persuaded to engage in rebellious acts, the dormitory prefect would have been an ideal target. Alternatively, Akrambadan was so arrogant and careless that he thought nothing of leaving incriminating evidence in plain sight. He would hardly be the first. Needless to say, speculation will avail us not at this juncture. First, I must see what I can learn from this book. In the meantime, I will have you go and speak with the people of the Broom. See what they know, if anything, about Ula, where she might have gone, whom she might have visited, and so forth. Failing that, keep your ears open for the news of unusual happenings. One can never be too well informed. You got it, boss. Frickin' Ben. Leave me be, I've got not to say the likes of you. Eh, what was that? Think I might have helped kidnap some highborn girl? God's sakes. You and Thibbasit make a fine pair, you do, acting all high and mighty, pretending you care. The only time you come around is when you're looking for someone to blame. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've got nothing to do with this Ula's disappearance if you ask. If you ask me, you have better luck harassing those blue bloods and the pillars. After all, they know better than anyone how to deal with inconveniences, eh? How do you accidentally kidnap someone? I mean, you know, sometimes you misplace things, or entire people, especially people that you disagree with on political reasons. You know, sometimes people just, they just kind of slip and they fall down a flight of stairs, and then, you know, yeah. You're not about to ask me to do you a favor, are you? You'll forgive me for being suspicious, but just the other day, a man draped from head to toe in fine silks approached me all nervous and twitching. He tossed a purse at my feet, saying the guild in it was mine for the taking. All I'd do was head to the Crozier and buy him a couple of phials of cough syrup. Tempting as it was, I wasn't about to risk getting involved in someone's shady scheme, so I told him to piss off, and that was that. Interesting. So, if she's got lung rot and she takes cough medicine to help suppress her cough, then someone could have doped it or like poisoned it. That way when she drank it, she got knocked out and she would have been easy to transport. Hypothetically. I distinctly recall telling you once my patrons appreciate their privacy. Still, I know you wouldn't ask if it were important, so this time I'll oblige your curiosity. It hasn't got anything to do with your missing girl, mind. A few days back, this one fellow comes in and pays his tab in full. Surprising development, and I'd long since written it off as a loss. Came into money, he says, and has a mind to settle his debts. Pleased as I am by his changing fortunes, all the while, I'm wondering who he left bleeding in an alley to get that much gil at once. Very suspicious. So somebody else did take up the offer. Yeah, somebody definitely, like, date rape drugged this girl. Excellent timing, Delcarius. I have findings to share. While Ula's bookmark suggested the volume 11 was within her possession at some point, it does not tell us when that point may have been. With this in mind, I decided to pay a visit to the seminary library. Sure enough, her signature was in the logs, indicating that she was the last person to have borrowed the tome. I compared the handwriting to samples from her old assignments to be sure, and found no irregularities. One might argue that this supports Le Boissard's theory, but it is far from conclusive evidence. I suppose you cannot use those vaunted powers of yours to grant us a vision of the past and spare us further hardship. God, I wish. Echo on demand would be nice. I thought not, and then we shall rely on the more traditional methods. So, what came of your inquiries in the broom? Do tell. Parth Macchio, good to see you. Sorry, I was going to jump straight into the current main story quest, but I thought that was because we had to do more of it before we could finish this side story, but it turns out that's not apparently the case, so we're finishing this side story, then we're on to the main story quest. Nothing, but that is to be expected, is it not? Again, I am reminded how ridiculous the two scenarios presented to us purporting grand conspiracies truly are. Is it not more likely that both the girl and Akrambanin are innocent of wrongdoing? We must continue searching for more clues. Even the most insignificant tidbit may be all it takes for the pieces of this puzzle to fall into place. Hey, Thormac, how are you? Seeing how reluctant some of the citizens were to answer your questions, I believe it's best for me to take over the investigations in the broom. As for you... yes. I'm given to understand that Blaze and her friends have been conducting their own investigation. Though I'm loath to admit it, given the fact that they are seminarians, should not be surprised if they have noticed something we overlooked. You may as well go and see what Blaze has learned. Cannot find her at the Scholasticate. I imagine someone can point you in the right direction. You got it. Go have fun in the pork quarter, boss. How you been, Thormac? How's life? Oh, what with them both working to bring Ula back, Themyscent and Blaze have had good reason to spend a great deal of time together. These past few days, they've been running around the city making inquiries. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they were up to today. Oh, good for her. She's getting her man. Hasn't she been following Themyscent around like a lost puppy this past fortnight? Find him and you'll probably find her, that's what I say. I don't know how he puts up with it, frankly. I suppose that unlike some of the seniors, he's simply too kind for his own good. Blaze, I haven't seen her around all day. It's like she's gone out again with her friends to look for Ula. I still don't understand why they bother. The girl's probably off gallivanting about with heretics and revolutionaries. Even if they find her, I doubt she'll want to return. That's the question I too would like to know the answer to. It feels as though we haven't spoken in ages. I did, however, overhear some of the other seminarians say that they saw Themyscent at the Ark of the Venerable. If so, Blaze is certain to be close by. Of course I don't know where she is. While I may be in charge of the dormitory, it's not my responsibility to hold seminarians' hands or wipe their arses. As you should know, in light of recent events, Akrambanin has not had the luxury to concern himself with such trivialities. Hey, listener Chris, how you doing? Need to grab some food here in a little while. Oh wait, in the pillars, so she'll be... She's over there. The girl that trips. Just got home from a good bowling night. 2 pins off a game average 100. Oh, very nice. Ha! You startled me. I am here for Ulla's sake, lest you wonder. This is all part of my investigation. I swear. He's like, I don't believe you. Oh, she's Briardian's sister. I see. Wait, you're not a seminarian, and yet you seem so familiar. Ah, I know. You're my brother's associate. By brother, you mean... My apologies, Master Dalcarius. I suppose we have yet to be properly introduced. I'm Blaze, Briardian's youngest sister. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. So he sent you to see what I've learned? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all night questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passerby, and they told me absolutely nothing of interest. I've recorded their statements for good measure, but quite honestly, it was a waste of ink and paper. Blaze, what are you doing here? Theo, I fancy meeting you here. I was just taking this moment to review these testimonies I'd taken and thought to, Ah, but of course, you then thought to come and share your findings with us. Yes, that's it. Well, it might be a bit much. I wanted to make sure I did not omit a single word. The handing over of items is so goofy. By the Fury Blaze, this is over 100 films long. I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organize all this information. It's incredibly heartening to know there are others as dedicated as us to seeing Ulla returned. Now, let's have a look, shall we? How have I been? I've been good. I'm doing alright. Investigation log entry 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets. Mistress Elise. Problems? Well, with this recent run-in of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. Investigation 2, log, entry 2, House Forton Steward Honoroy. I cannot guarantee that this news will be of great interest to you and yours, but a 12-point proposal for the reformation of the Inquisition has recently been tabled by Lord Arturel in the House of Lords. Investigation log entry 10, Weaponsmith Elbert. Ever since the blue bastard his lapdog put it into the war, profits have plummeted. I've had to sell my best stock for a fraction of what it's worth just to make ends meet. Yes, we are doing the Scholasticate quest. Is he reading all of them in one sitting? Investigation log entry 21, Carvery Mestonol. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish... God damn it, Theo, that's enough! None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Now, don't you think you're being a touch too hasty? You've not gotten even a third of the way through. You may yet learn something of value. Let's not dismiss Blaze's work out of hand. Thank you, Theo, for your kind words. I'm glad you think it may be of some use. Fine. Let's briefly entertain this thought and say that something in these notes will help us find Ulla. How exactly do you propose we determine what that is? Lay, we needn't do a thing. Whether we lack the skill to discern the relevant from the mundane, a certain inspector we know, and love is a dab hand at such things, no? But of course, Inspector Briardian. Brilliant idea, Crummenbois. Dalcaris, if you would take the scroll to him and see what he can make of it. I'm sure he'll be thrilled at a 100-foot yard or a 100-foot piece of paper. I doubt even he can make heads or tails of this rubbish. In any event, it's out of our hands. We should continue with our search. Beaver of the One Ring. Bearer of the One Ring, not Beaver of the One Ring. I'm so sorry. I don't know how that came out. I have no excuse. I have no idea why that is what came to mind. I would swear on my life that first R looked like a V for some reason. You are not a beaver. I apologize. That is quite funny. We meet again. Doubtless you have much to share. I know I do. Do you recall Gilbrion's patron who recently paid off his debts and the gentleman attempting to attain cough syrups? Upon further investigation, it turns out they share one astoundingly familiar facial feature, a pale raised scar running from the top of their left cheekbone to their jaw. It so happens that this description also matches that of a notorious thug who was known to hang around outside taverns and harass patrons for coin, until an unexpected windfall saw his fortunes vastly improve. He is now rumored to make a living as a traveling merchant, though where he goes and what he sells, none can say. We shall find out in due time. Enough of my discoveries. What have you learned? A scroll full of testimony was written in Blaze's meticulous hand, outlining the dubious activities shopkeepers and citizens Joel Crozier recently witnessed. By the Fury, this is longer than some scripture. And she compiled it all in less than a single day, you say? Remarkable. Investigation log entry 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets. Mistress Elise. Problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day my back started to give me trouble again and I've had to hobble from place to place. On the other hand, the Crozier has seen increased trading in oils, furs, and other goods folks begin to crave and grow slow, so in that regard I can't complain. Investigation log entry 13. Purveyor of Sundries. Pastivelier. On the other day, there was this fellow who wanted to purchase robes for a young woman. A merchant, he said, and I've never known one who couldn't be bothered to haggle. Not that I'm minded, of course. Investigation log entry 21. Carvery Mustino. I barely have enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish girls getting themselves into trouble. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must be getting back to it. I'm expecting several customers any minute. Investigation log entry 47. Apothecary Pian. Mustino has bought my whole stock of cough syrup every day for the past week. Passing strange, needless to say, so I followed him and found that he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people, I tell you. That's our guy! A gentleman procuring cough medicines through a third party. That story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? A man with a questionable past, recently come into wealth and playing at being a merchant, so happens to travel with a young girl prone to fits of coughing. You think what I'm thinking, Dalcarius? I don't like the cut of Mestino's jib. Nor I. 'Tis a pity our merchant friend had not the wits to match his newfound wealth. I could have done with a greater challenge, but that is neither here nor there. Come, Dalcarius, let us pay a visit to Mestino's stall. Here's Johnny. Would you cover a Total War 40k game? Yes. The same way I do for Total War Warhammer? Possibly? It would depend. If I most likely, yes. Once the game came out, it would depend on if I liked the game. If I played it and had a good time with it, yeah, sure, I'll play it and cover it just as much as I do Total War Warhammer. If I don't, then no. So it just depends. Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I'm inclined to believe that he will come to the Crozier sooner rather than later to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, Dalcarius. We'll follow the trail while it's still fresh. Yawn. Welcome back, Hawk. If he comes this way to purchase food and medicines from Mess Tournoir as frequently as Blaze's notes indicate, we shouldn't have long. Dakarius! Over there, that scar, those robes. That's our man. A pleasure to see you again, sir. The usual. Aye, and don't forget the you-know-what. Hurry, Dalkarius. We mustn't let him out of our sight. What was the you-know-what? Shouldn't one of us talk to that merchant? Moving along, moving along. There he is. Our suspect just passed the Arch of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted. I was right outside the gate. Gatekeep! Let me through. Would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. I should like very much to know the contents of that carriage. Keep them distracted while I sneak past, will you? Approach them and announce you are here to conduct a surprise inspection. You will undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. Are you ready, Dalkarius? Very good. Oh there! Inspection! No. Oh, you're no fun. It has to be exact. What sword is that? I forget. I can check after this cutscene. Inspection? What the seven hells are you on about? You're no temple knight. You've no right unless... I trust the goods have been properly secured and the carriage is ready for a quick getaway if necessary. That fucking smile. Right then, where were we? Ah yes, we will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Damn it, boy, what are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw movement around back. Maybe I should go and check. Fucking what? Idiot! Can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of him first and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run while you still had the chance. Okay, cute. You think you're gonna hurt the dude that killed fucking Needhog? Alright. Alright, sure. You know, as a Dark Knight, technically I should be completely murdering you guys for kidnapping a girl. There she is. Which Dark Knight gave you, like, special magic to kill people? Dalkarius, it was as we suspected. A thug and his guard have been holding Ula hostage in the back of this carriage ever since she vanished. Though this ordeal has undoubtedly caused her a great deal of stress, she does not appear to be physically injured. While you are doubtless eager to question her, as am I, she must be given time to rest and recuperate. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. You there! What is the meaning of this? Ah, it seems all that earlier commotion has drawn the attention of the gods. Excellent, they can deal with the ruffians. Shouldn't we question them first? Don't you know who I am? I shall escort Ula to the Scholasticate dormitory and speak with the instructors. When all has been settled, let us speak again at St. Remino's Cathedral. Alright, so the sword is... well, it's it's the Dead Hive Claymore is the design. Which, when you take it out, it glows red and butterflies and sparks and stuff come off it, which is super fucking cool. But yes, it's the Dead Hive Claymore. That should hopefully make it easy for you to look up. It do be pretty cool, don't it? You should be glad to hear that Ula will be fine. Sister Cathay is with her now, tending to her needs as we speak. It's weird that each of these ends with a cutscene, lets you know that you had to like be certain distances in the main story quest to get them. I expect she will soon be strong enough to answer our questions. Until then, however, we must make do with what information the Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ula in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of value thus far. Apparently, their employer drabbed themselves in thick furs that they could not even say if they were a man or woman. They claim this cloaked figure offered no explanation as to why they wanted to snatch the girl and keep her confined to the carriage indefinitely. And so they had no choice but to keep moving, to stay ahead of the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogations progress. I fear, however, our mastermind has cloaked themselves in layer upon layer of secrecy. It will take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate all of them. Who's that? Oh. But regardless of how well they have hidden their intentions and their identity, we will bring them to justice soon enough. Watch him turn out to be the big bad. And once we learn all that we can from our friends in the Temple Knight's custody, as well as Ula, we'll be that much closer to restoring peace to the Scholasticate. Oh no, there's our big bad. To shine the light of truth upon the secrets buried in the dark, the children once more come together that they may know her power and her glory. Back to school 2. Ah, Dalkarius, I was wondering when you'd show up. The Temple Knights have deemed Olaf fit to recount the events of her kidnapping and have taken her to the room just beyond for questioning, with Blaze to accompany for support. It would appear the questioning is done. Let us see what we might learn. We're here, bitches! Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Briardian, and this is my associate Dalcarius. I understand that you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Briardian, Master Dalcarius, I fear that it would seem Lady Ula knows even less of her own abduction than we do. As she tells it, the only people she saw during her captivity were the two thugs now in our custody. We've questioned them thrice over, but they insist their employer had disguised themselves so well they cannot even say for certain if they are a man or a woman, much less give us a description. For what little it's worth, we did learn that the two were once orphans, raised as charges of the sea, to betray the nation that fed and clothed them for a handful of coin. But I must return to my post. If we come across anything of actual significance, I shall be sure to alert you. Almost another dead end. Blaze, are there any details our friend may have neglected to mention? I fear that Ula's testimony proved rather entirely unenlightening. There is another development, however, that has been troubling me. Rumors that Akrambadim was behind the abduction are circulating around the Scholasticate once more. Again with those asinine allegations. And this time, the students seem convinced more than ever of his guilt. No longer content to sit back and wait for events to take their course. They've been pushing for his expulsion. Theo's been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumors, but it seems any mention of Ankrobatin only serves to fuel their rage. I must hurry back and help him. If only Hildebrand was here, we would have solved this ages ago. I feel like, well, I suspect that this is less a reflection on the prefect himself than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. Still, I dare say this commotion might prove to be an opportunity in disguise. I shall make my way to the vault to continue my own investigations. In the meantime, I ask that you go and keep an eye on the seminarians and an ear to the ground. I feel like the person I suspect the most right now is Lay. Like, Lay seems the most hell-bent on encouraging strife between the lower and upper class. And he also seems like he's the one most ruled by, like, anger. So he's my current suspect. Oh, jeez. Come on, Theo, be a man. Step up. And what if those ruffians truly were in his employ? Are we to stand idly by until he betrays one of us as he did poor Ula? His refusal to provide us with anything resembling a reasonable explanation speaks for itself. The boy is guilty, and I say we move to have him expelled from the Scholasticate effective immediately. Thimmelset, I demand you take lead of this charge. Stomp, 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 stomp. Like the fury you've come, Dalcarius. Since the headmistress called everyone away for an emergency meeting, it's been absolute chaos. They're so incensed they won't listen to a word Theo or I say. Perhaps if you were to speak with them, it would help soothe their angry feelings. I'll soothe them with a smack of my gauntleted hand. Student body's revenge. Be soothed, child! On second thought, I dare say you have the right of it. The prefect has the riches of House Desmal at his disposal, and powerful allies just waiting to spring to his aid. We must step back and consider our actions carefully, as we find ourselves strung up by the necks. Not what I was going for. So you suggest we do nothing? The longer we dither without taking action, the greater the risk of him finding us out. And when he does, he'll see every last one of us suffer for it, mark my words. He is frightened, as are we all, but that is precisely why we must proceed with caution. As you rightly observed, if we act out of anger or despair, we can only doom ourselves to failure. Please, sir, if you would rally his spirits as you have called my own. Punch, 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 punch. But of course, it's exactly as you say. Forgive me, my fear got the better of me. Indeed, there is little he can do to us if we act as one and proceed with due caution. And remember, once Ankrobaden is removed from the school, the administration will keep us safe, so we need not fear his retribution ever again. We must move swiftly, but surely, to ensure his expulsion. Thimicid, can we count on you to lead us? Holy shit, this part was like super short. Thank you, Dalcarius. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe that there is just cause to expel Ankrobaden. As Dalcarius was kind enough to point out, however, we should not act brashly. That is why you, Thimicid, with your calm demeanor, are best suited to head our appeal to have him removed. What say you? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. I cannot help but believe, however, that he too is a victim in all this. I strain to think of anyone who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants could commit such an atrocity. Theo, for fury's sake, you would defend the very individual who for the past several years ridiculed and tortured us? Is it so impossible for you to believe that he's capable of such villainy? Until there's proof to say he's guilty, we must give him the Until there's proof to say he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Theo was right, Lay. I bear no great love for Ankrobaden either, but even the Temple Knights have been unable to uncover a single piece of evidence tying him to the kidnapping. The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us of all we own to protect men like him? How heartening that is to hear. I would have thought that after all you'd endured at Ankrobaden's hands, you would stand with us. I see I was wrong. Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown too content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. If we are to see justice served, we must do it with our own strength, our own voices. Let us draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguard expelled. No, not the NPC crew! How can they be so blind? The villain who kidnapped Ula is playing us all for fools, stoking the flames of hatred, and we might all be consumed by them. If only I could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further divide us, and Ankrobaden's expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Why will no one listen to reason? Theo, there's still time to turn things around. I'm sure of it. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you, Blaze, for your kind words. Indeed, it's not too late to reverse the course of today's events. We should try speaking with Father Satwanar. Surely he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving Ankrobaden. Dalcarius, there's no talking him out of it now. Considering how our last discussion ended, it would put me at ease if you would accompany us. I shall be staying behind. There are a few things that I would attend to here. My dear Blaze, if you would, I could do with a pair of extra hands. In that case, Lay, Dalcarius, let us make haste to the cathedral. The headmistress's meeting will not run forever, and we must cast Father Satwanar before the others do. Maybe Father Satwanar is the bad guy. That would be a twist. Thimicid, Lay, and Dalcarius. Whatever brings you here in such a hurry? Mayhap it concerns the petition I just received from the student body. Not to worry. Rest assured I have reviewed the document and will be submitting it to the headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favor of Ankrobaden's immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. But wait, Father! We are not here in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot rightly expel Acrobatum for a crime that the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests that he did not even commit. Quite true. And yet it is not because I believe him guilty that I've chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then why? Oh, yeah, it was definitely him. For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see its foundation built upon sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to this vicious cycle. What are you saying? Thimacent, Lay, there is something you must know. When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Quisol. It was by his good graces that I gained admission to the Scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted myself entirely to my studies, that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. My dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prized position in the archives, alongside some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. It was there that I met the man who would become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see that ugly truth of Ishgard's past. Working to see that the ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never see the light of day, until the burden grew too great to bear, and he took his own life. Ooh, Jesus. For years I was torn between grief and anger at not being able to save him from his fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succor in my religion. Day and night I'd pore over scripture, but soon I found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story indeed, and you have my condolences for your loss. What does any of this have to do with Akrambaden? Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. Doubtless you, too, are familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of Volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustices wrought on the victims of our society. Master Akrambaden has done naught but scorn the truths penned within the tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness! The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose is to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I do only what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Drakensong War. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse the false ideal that all men are not born equal, that the sins of our past are never repeated, and that the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you, my children. Reflect on the teachings of Father Crusoe. If you do not understand now, you will soon enough. Excuse me. It is true that Father Trousseau was an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in equal under her ever-watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Akrambaden has been outspoken in condemning that selfsame passage. Still, that hardly warrants his expulsion. You must admit, the man has a point. Making an example of the son of one of Ishgard's most prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not that change will be for the better, however, is another matter entirely. It was one thing when it was just an angry mob of seminarians calling for Akrambaden's head. Now that Father Sartwanar leads the charge, it's another matter entirely. Whatever are we to do? We must speak with Akrambaden. We're gonna prove his innocence, annoyingly. But of course, Akrambaden's nothing if not astute. He's sure to have an idea of how to extricate himself from this predicament. Come, let us make for the pillars. Let's help the rich asshole. Fine. You kids and your obsession with doing the right thing. baseless accusations would you care to hurl at me this time? Attempting to destroy the church? Or perhaps you're here to bring to light the personal hand I had in instigating the Dragon Song War? Perhaps instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumor you hear, you might actually make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce. They've been spreading these letters in a pathetically transparent attempt to incriminate me that I might be expelled. Please listen, Acrobatum. We know that the accusations being leveled at you are unfounded. I know we've had our differences, but today we come to lend you our aid. He's so full of rage he can scarce hear a word I say. Please, Dalkarius, perhaps you could try soothing him. Okay. Ha! Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe in you, the two who would stand to gain the most from my expulsion? Have not so much as seen the nonsense that's been making the rounds at the dormitories. The truth revealed. Acrobatum de Desmel, a kidnapper? Trust me, were we to try and implicate you in a crime you didn't commit, we would have done a far more thorough job than this. Indeed, these writings simply make an appeal to emotion, without a single piece of concrete evidence to support the accusation. But fine, perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Still, you rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner that did this, they'll rue the day they thought to meddle in the affairs of House Desmel. Actually, it's Zamal, isn't it? I just remembered the fucking D is silent. Ugh. You best realize we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue, unless you prefer to lose the only allies you seem to have these days. Do not lose heart, Acrobatum. Together, we'll uncover the truth and see that this baseless petition against you is withdrawn. Ha! Why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question, and the Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray that she will. In the meantime, we too shall do our part. Fury's sake, Theo, leave it be. That aside, where did these papers even come from? And why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were only given to those most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness at best. If anything, these letters only give me the clues I need to identify the coward behind them. As a matter of fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant! We would be more than happy to assist you in the investigation. Where would you have us go? And hand you the very knife that you would put in my back. Do you think me daft? If the petition is approved and I am expelled, that would put you right at the top of the class. How very convenient. Oh, Acrobatum, don't you see? It is not for awards or accolades that I study the scripture as I do. I only seek to follow in the footsteps of Father Crusoe. It was he who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for our realm, and bring relief to those in need of spiritual succor. Of the Fury's love all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. I would share the wisdom of these words with all of Ishgard. Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity. What is it with the commoners and their obsession with over-idealistic screed? Come, Acrobatum, let us not waste any further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage just fine without your help, but if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, you'll report back to us if you know what's good for you. Understood? Dix. If I didn't know better, I'd almost say that sounded like a thank you. Well, if there's nothing else to do here, I suppose we should set to work. An excellent idea, Lay. Now, what do you propose we should start? Fury save us. This is the end. Letters from no one. I assume this is the end because we get an emote for this. If we could only track down the author of the letters and convince them to recant these statements, the student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motion. But where would we even search? How about we search for more? A brilliant plan, Darkarius. By examining all the letters that have been distributed throughout the Scholasticate, we may very well find clues leading us to the culprit. It's settled then. Let us return to the Scholasticate and commence our search. Theo has already apprised me of the situation, not that he needed to, mind you. It's for this very reason I remained behind with Blaze, to investigate the origin of the nasty rumors flying about. It didn't take long for us to connect the rumors to the letters and coax one of the seminarians to show us the document they had received. I investigated further, and behold! These are all the ones I managed to collect in my search thus far. Under normal circumstances, the baseless invectives pinned here would hardly suffice to convince anyone. It would seem, however, years of harbored animosity have blinded people to their better judgment. Oh, yes! In fact, Cremovois and I have been gathering letters all evening. Feast your eyes on this! One of the girls said that the letter just showed up on her bed, as if out of nowhere. I returned to my quarters to check if I had received something similar, but there was nothing to be found. At first, I thought it a simple oversight, but after asking around, I learned that there were more than a few others who, like me, had been overlooked. Suspicious letters? Whatever are you talking about? I've not received anything of the sort. Now that you mention it, however, I did observe some of the seminarians tossing out crumpled slips of paper. Mayhap these are the letters you seek. Suspicious letter. And suspicious letter. Ah, Darkarius! Did your search prove fruitful? A flimsy slip of paper with hastily pinned accusations written upon it alleging that Acrobatin de Zemal is responsible for Ula's kidnapping. It'd be really funny if it turned out it was him. Excellent! Let's take a closer look and see what we can discern. How curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing and distributing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. The first reads, as illustrated by the recent abduction that has taken place within these sacred halls, Akram Baden will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of her teachings must not be tolerated. The second one says, it is one thing to disagree with the opinions of your fellow seminarians. It is quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Ula, a firm believer in the teachings of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity and staunch advocate of equality, fell victim to Akrobatin's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished. And last but not least, Ula's copy of Volume 11 was discovered in the prefect's room shortly after the girl's disappearance. This, more than anything, proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Akrobatin is guilty. Only one person would know that. While the final letter at least offers an argument, it's hardly a compelling one. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't there several copies of the Articles of Hellenic Polity sitting on our library shelves? Well, I can't speak to why Akrobatin would have one in the first place. The book found in his quarters could have been any one of those. Blaze, when you spoke with Ula earlier, did she mention anything about Volume 11? I didn't think anything of it at the time, but when Ula was recovering in the infirmary, she asked that I retrieve her copy from her room. When I went to look for it, it wasn't there. Which would mean the tome was removed unbeknownst to her. So it would seem. After all, she testified that when the 2 thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gil. Presumably, the book was still in her quarters then. It would be one thing if the book had disappeared with Ula, but for someone to sneak into her room and remove it after the fact? Why, it's as if the culprit intended to use it to frame Akram Baden all along. Why, I bet my last gil you're right, and that's the reason none of us received a letter. We're the only people who would be able to confirm with Ula that the book had been pilfered from her room. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Akram Baden? That's our Theo, always striving to help his fellow man, even if that man is all that stands between him and the top of the class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten, isn't it, Blaze? What are you talking about? I'm not smitten. I just admire him for his kind heart, is all. What a dick. Blaze? Why ever did she dash off like that? Has she taken ill? In a matter of speaking, I'll go and make sure she's okay. Unless he thinks she did it. Oh dear. Well, whatever it is, I hope she recovers quickly. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together. We need to hope to get out of this mess. Lakaris, what do you think? Why would anyone go to such lengths to implicate Akram Baden? To throw others off the scent, or perhaps he implicated himself. I'm going to say to throw others off the scent. But of course, not say the kidnapper him or herself would have such a strong motive to conduct this convoluted plan, which raises the possibility that the kidnapping was not but a plot to have Akram Baden expelled in the first place. In other words, if we could crack down the person behind these letters, we'll have ourselves the culprit behind Ola's abduction. We must inform Inspector Briardian straight away. He's currently conducting an investigation at the vault, you say? Let us make our way there with all speed. These quests really go out of the way to show you just how screwed up each Guardian society is/was. Yeah, I feel like none of the places are able to escape that, which is nice. I like that each of the kind of nations has their own kind of fucked upness about them. Where did Blaze and oh, they're over here. Did you lose her? Blaze is quicker than she looks. I gave it my search when it became evident I have no chance of finding her. I was just on my way back when lo and behold, who do I see but you here? Oh, I guess this is not the end? Maybe there's one more after this. But we just get Briardian's goodies. That's him over there. The former Pirate Republic Limsa Lominsa has done nothing wrong. They've never done anything wrong in their entire life. Ah, it's you. What brings you all the way here? Do you have something to report? I see. Show me these letters. I shall determine if they are as suspicious as you insist. This is everything we've been able to find. I love when the main character just exposition dumps. The author goes out of his way to mention that Ula's copy of Volume 11 was found in Akram Baden's room. The fool. In his feeble plot to frame the prefect, he has only incriminated himself. I trust that you, too, have put the pieces together. You have proven an able associate, indeed. It is from here, however, that the real work begins. Should at any time you begin to feel your powers of concentration waver or your attention to detail slip, you need but do this. Take a deep breath and focus your eyes into the distance. In that moment, the solution will appear before you. The game is afoot, and if we intend to win the day, we must remain vigilant. Now, let's get our man. Okay, this is the final stage. You've learned the emote Spectacles. And a pair of spectacles is placed in your armory chest. I feel like we have to wear these for the final stage. It's only right. It's so stupid. Oh, and I get that Scholasticate outfit. Alright, here we go. Before we begin pursuing our man in earnest, answer me this. Can any of you tell me where Ula's copy of Volume 11 currently is? The letters say it was found in Archambaddon's room, though for all we know, they could be complete and utter bollocks. Dalcarius, I see you've managed to keep your word to Leboissoir. Very good. Allow me to enlighten the rest of you. The tome is currently in my possession. Leboissoir discovered it in Archambaddon's room and turned it over to us in secret, for fear it would fuel the ongoing rumors. Now, knowing what you do, it is time to put your minds to the test. What do you surmise is the relationship between our talented writer friend and the thief that lifted the book from Ula's quarters? Would they be one and the same, accomplices? They're definitely related. I would say it's most likely they're the same person. Sure. A sensible deduction. The planting of the book in Archambaddon's quarters and the subsequent distribution of these letters were both carried out to a common end. To implicate the prefect in Ula's abduction and force his expulsion. It would stand to reason that the perpetrators are either working in tandem or, in fact, are one and the same. While that in itself does not reveal the identity of the culprit, it does lead us to our next question. Who would have been able to enter and exit Ula's room unnoticed? The perpetrator was able to move quickly and not draw attention to themselves in the act, leading me to believe our book snatcher had easy access to all rooms within the dormitory. How, might you ask? Keys. Something only 3 people currently possess. Father Satoinar and the prefects Archambaddon and Leboissoir. So one of them is the culprit, but which could it be? I feel like it has to be Satoinar, the teacher. I know! It was Archambaddon. Think about it. Explains why he was so adamant in refusing our help. But what sense is there in him stealing the book when the only thing it would serve to do is implicate him in a crime he may not have even committed? Then that leaves Leboissoir as the only other person aside from the inspector and Dalcarius who came into contact with the book. I'd say he's a prime suspect. It certainly is suspicious, but what motive could he possibly have? If only there was a way we could glean the answer. Dalcarius, I hear that you possess a great gift, one which you employed to reveal long-hidden truths about our nation. Might you not be able to use this power to shine some light on the matter at hand? It would be very funny to be like, Heidelin, I need to solve like a school thing, like a little mess down here. So it is not yours to control. I guess that means we'll have need to rely on our own wits to obtain the answers we seek. Fortunately, I have an idea of my own, but I'll need your help to see it through. Well then, Theo, let us put this idea of yours into action. Last I heard, Archambaddon and Leboissoir have taken refuge in Zamal Manor. Let's make our way there post-haste. I didn't get to say my thing. I'll leave it to you to see that the bumblings of those 3 do not interfere with the final stage of my investigation at the vault. But do not tarry long. With Father Satoinar throwing his full support behind the petition, Archambaddon has but a few bells before his name is permanently struck from the registry. I shall do what I can to see the proceedings are delayed, but I cannot guarantee it will buy us all the time we need. Godspeed, Dalcarius, and I'll see you at the hearing. I'm kind of hoping we get a objection moment. Hey, Corey D, how you doing? Yes, it's upstairs. When are you gonna stab a student? I'm thinking about it. Be calm, children. Don't make me type soothe again. Findings? Ha! As if anything you four managed to dig up can help me now. The hearing is about to begin. My fate is as good as sealed. There's still time, Acrobatin. Earlier you pledged your innocence to us. Let us pledge it once more, at the hearing, before one and all. The truth shall speak for itself. The truth? You expect those fools to see the truth when this evidence to the contrary is staring them in the face? How do you think this plan your pea-sized minds have concocted will succeed, where all Lebrasaur's best attempts have failed? We will succeed, Acrobatum, for it is not just I that stands with you, but the hero who brought to light the truth behind our very nation. Yes, there is nothing that he has not seen. Surely you understand the implications of this. Don't you, Lebrasaur? Lebrasaur? Dalcarius has the ability to peer into the events of the past. Indeed, it was through his visions that Ishgard's true origins were brought to light. You need say no more. He has already used his vaunted power to see that I was the one behind it all. Yes, it was I that kidnapped Ula. It was I that snuck into her room and stole volume 11. And it was I that distributed the letters, also that I might implicate Acrobatin. How satisfying it is to finally be able to say it aloud. For so long I've had to plot my revenge in silence and mask my hatred of you with hollow praise and bashful smiles. Oh, damn. Le Bourgeois! What madness is this you speak? You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Then allow me to enlighten you. After all the transgressions your family has committed against mine, did you truly think I would remain loyal to you? For centuries, your house has humiliated us. It was something we'd come to accept. But when the wall between the nobility and the common class came tumbling down, we were met with the most harrowing truth of all. That all our suffering had been for naught. Everything we grew up believing about our status was a fabrication. Tall tales spun to keep us complacent. In reality, you're no better than the two broom rats beside you. You never were. It was a terrible realization, but one that also gave me hope. Hope that you could be taken down just as any other. That's when I began plotting. Ola's abduction, the letters, and the rumors they spurred, all was part of my master plan, to bring shame and dishonor on you and your family as you have mine. I've staked everything, yes, even my very freedom, and it was worth it to give you a taste of our pain. What's more, I bribed the two kidnappers into abducting Ola with money from your purse, and having entrusted the management of your finances to me, you never suspected a thing. Lebrasoir! I can only imagine the pain you have endured, but to seek revenge in this way. Nevertheless, I thank you for confessing your crimes. Now we can absolve Ankrambaden of the false charges brought against him. Dude, Theo fucking got his ass. Wait a minute. You mean to say that he didn't actually see into the past? You deceived me. If you'll recall, Theo never explicitly said that Dalcarius had a vision of what happened to Ola. He merely observed that he possesses such an ability. Truth be told, it's not even a power that can be controlled at will. Now then, Akrambaden, I suppose that's all the proof of innocence you'll need. Let's escort Le Bourgeois to the hearing and have him repeat his most dramatic confession before the headmistress. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? We've been friends from childhood, and never for a moment did I question his loyalty. What a fool I was. However did I think I could stand at the forefront of our nation when I was so oblivious to that which was happening under my very nose? Akrambaden, pray do not torture yourself so. Rather, open your heart and allow Halone's wisdom to set you free. Once you come to see Leboissoir not only as your friend but as your peer, I promise that the both of you will find a way to mend any bonds that have been broken. Of the Fury's love all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. You truly believe these words, don't you? You cling to them, even when reality does all it can to prove you wrong. I suppose it is that unwavering faith that all your friends find so endearing. Now then, it is time for me to put my own faith to the test, and face my fate head on. May the Fury have mercy. So what are we waiting around here for? We've got a hearing to attend. I'll meet you two there. There's something I must confirm with the inspector first. Dalcarius, I cannot shake the feeling that this affair runs far deeper than any of us could have imagined. If you would, please accompany Akrambaden to his hearing and see to it that nothing goes awry in my absence. Okie dokie. Okay, everybody's here. Stomp, 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 stomp. Education system is in ruins? Yeah, I know. I must say, Master Leboissoir, that I am extremely disappointed that anyone, much less a student of our upstanding establishment, will commit such atrocities. I truly am at a loss for words. Headmistress Elvian, if I may, do you not find the timing of these confessions to be incredibly convenient? It's as if Master Leboissoir here has been coerced into admitting to crimes he himself didn't commit. Let us not rush to condemn a man who very well may be innocent. We must also keep in mind that this incident will have repercussions that extend beyond the Scholasticate. Distrust of our church has never been so high. If we were to expel either one of our prefects, both of whom have strong ties to House Zemal, we will lose any credibility our establishment still has in the eyes of the citizens. To this end, I would propose an alternative plan. We will make a full disclosure of this scandal to the public, together with an announcement that the St. Endelum's Scholasticate will be temporarily closed. It is past time we pushed for a full reformation of the school and its curriculum. I see what he's playing at. And there it is! The confession I've been waiting for. It's the whole crew. It was him. I was right. Confession? Master Briardian, explain yourself. From the start, I had my suspicions that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. someone who had secured a high enough position within the clergy to manipulate the students and the system. I poured through records, closely examining any who fit this description. It was no easy task, but I finally found what I was searching for, and combined with the confession of Théomacint obtained from Loremaster, I was able to uncover the true culprit. I speak of you, Satwanar, and I do not call you father, for you are no priest. The documents admitting you to your current position were all forged. You manipulated Loremaster into carrying out what you yourself could not. You stirred up discord among the students, and fomented the people's distrust of the clergy in the hopes of creating an even greater rift between the people of Ishgard and the clergy, all in the hopes of seeing the Scholasticate closed down once and for all. But I don't understand. Why would Father Satwanar seek the ruin of the Scholasticate? The answer to that would lie in his past. Over a decade ago, Satwanar graduated top of his class and was welcomed into the ranks of the Holy See. It was there he was assigned work as an expurgator. Expurgator? What are you on about? In all my years serving the Holy See, I've never heard of such a post. I would be more surprised if you had. Her holy body of decency, a sector that is comprised of a few select individuals, is perhaps the best kept of Ishgard's many secrets. Its existence is known only to a handful of people, beside the Archbishop himself. I am impressed, Master Biardian. It would seem your reputation is well deserved, though I must correct you on one account. I am no expurgator, but rather one of the so-called watchmen consigned to guard them. That said, we shared a similar fate. Both expurgator and watchmen alike were struck from official records and confined in the bowels of the Holy See, damned to live out our lives in the shadows as pallid husks of the men and women we could have been, all so that someday we might fulfill one task. Where written records were deemed too dangerous, expurgators would serve as living documents, orally passing down our nation's greatest secrets. When the time came for the Archbishop's successor to ascend the throne, we would briefly emerge from our isolation to pass from our mouths to their ears all we knew of Ishgard before sinking back into obscurity. That is a fucked up way to keep history. Of course, no highborn man or woman would be condemned to this fate. No, this was a destiny reserved for commoners, orphans, with no ties to the world above. 7 hells. So if the truth haven't come to light, Theo and I... Men and women forced to sacrifice their own lives, that our nation's darkest secrets might be preserved forever unbeknownst to her people. I could scarce believe my ears. Father Satwanar, the friend you spoke of. Yes, he was an expurgator. Such anguish did his duties cause him that he chose death over that wretched excuse for a life. And while a new era is upon us, one that does not condemn the innocent to a life of despair for the sake of one man, it does not undo the injustice of 1,000 years. It was to right the wrongs of the past that I escaped that foul dungeon and made my way back to the palace, place where it all began. This twisted institution, the place responsible for stealing the bright futures of young orphans, needs to be closed down for good. Father Satwanar, your actions are heinous, and I can in no way condone them. That said, if there is truth to what you say, perhaps it would be best for us to suspend all lessons until we could reach a consensus as to how we might proceed. But Headmistress Elvian, would not closing down the Scholasticate be akin to evading our responsibility as men and women of the clergy? It is our duty to speak the truth, not bury it. For too long the people have been fed naught but lies. It is time we took the initiative and gave them reason to put their faith in us once more. I must agree with Demonsent. As I have learned firsthand, we must take care to never abuse our power and privilege, lest we hurt the people closest to us. To keep silent would be to repeat the mistakes of our past. Oh my god, he learned! The only way we can move forward is to take responsibility for our actions and make an earnest effort to reach out to those who we have wronged. While we may never receive forgiveness, at least we can attempt to atone for any anguish we might have caused to those that did not deserve it. If it is true that all men are born equal, as I have heard in so many in this room preach time and time again, then all are entitled to know the truth. Let us lead by example and freely share all that we have learned here today. Father Satwanar, while I cannot pretend to understand your ordeal or soothe the fury that has taken hold of your heart, I can promise you one thing. I swear on Father Cusor's copy of the Parables of Saint Deniphin that not you nor any of those who shared your fate will ever again be forgotten. I will say, what they did to him was super fucked up. You can absolutely understand why he was doing what he was doing. Thus was all laid bare before the public, the atrocities suffered by the ex-purgator and watchmen alike, along with the hand the Scholasticate and the Holy See had in their terrible demise. Something. So it was that a new path was forged that day, one that would see a renewed faith in the church and its teachings, where the citizens would come to learn that all men should be regarded as equal, not only in the eyes of Halone, but also by one another. That was a very nice way to kind of wrap up the end of that particular storyline. Darkarius, thank you for restoring peace to the Scholasticate. You have reminded us that there is a world beyond these doors that relies as much upon us as we do them. You have opened our eyes and showed us that destiny is but the choices we make. If we are strong and persevere, I have no doubt that we can rebuild the Scholasticate and regain the people's trust. Darkarius, now that your work here is done, I suppose the time for farewells is upon us. Will you be departing Ishgard immediately? It's sad to say farewell, but let's send you and the inspector off in style. College party! Ah, there is my trusted associate. I feared I might not be able to bid you a proper farewell before I left. On behalf of my uncle, allow me to thank you for all your hard work. There's still so much fighting and bickering going on. Couldn't you just stay with us a bit longer? I fear that there are more pressing mysteries that demand my attention, not to mention a certain young lady in Ulda who awaits my return. Oh, another client of yours, I take it. Oh, it's the fucking, It's the news lady, the one that that's very funny. it's the lady from the first Hildebrand quest. Theo, is your head screwed on backwards? He's talking about his tactless fools, the both of you. But I suppose you're nothing if not sincere, eh, Theo? And while I'll admit that naivete is one of your more endearing traits, combined with the blunderings of the idiot beside you, it's like us not to bring the Scholasticate to ruin. That's why you'll need someone with extensive knowledge of the affairs of Ishgard, and the proper connections to actually bring about the change you seek. Someone like me. What a douche. The words of a man looking to steal his way into our dear Theo's heart. Ha ha ha. Blaze, lay, since you've got competition. I'm calling you gay, son. The fury take you all. Call me what you will, but Theo would never replace me with anyone, much less a conniving snake like Akrobaden. How refreshing it is to hear such playful banter among my friends. It seems our worries are finally behind us. Before we celebrate, however, there is one last thing. Blaze, I'd like to thank you for your support. Were not for your meticulous notes and sharp eyes, although would still be missing. Well, we're doing a lot of jump cuts here. Dakarius, Inspector, words are not enough to express our gratitude. It was only because of you that we were unable to unmask the perpetrator and restore peace to our school. Just as Father Cusseau brought you to us in Gorgagni Mill, I cannot help but feel Halone guided you to us in our time of need. We hope to one day repay the kindness you have shown us by rebuilding the Scholasticate. When next you visit, we hope she will have retaken her place as the nation's top establishment of higher learning, once again serve to light the people's way back to the halls of Halone. The constant head nodding is hilarious. Yeah, it is. Our fair nation has seen her share of tragedy and turmoil. I take heart in knowing there are those such as yourself to watch over her, and see that she does not stray from her course. Till we meet again. Till next time, Inspector. It's interesting. They kind of never resolved the relationship between Theo, Lay, and their childhood friend. That relationship just never repaired. A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. We did it! I finished school! Hooray! Alrighty, I need to get food. It is 9:30 p.m. That took longer than I thought it would, but not a huge deal. But I am hungry. I do need to eat sustenance. So I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, but I'm down to keep going for a bit. So I will do that, but let me just go to where I need to be for the next stage of main story quest. All right. Everybody take a break for a little bit. Stretch your legs, drink some water. I need to be better about drinking water. I haven't drank water much enough. I'm gonna pop up, be right back, and I'm gonna go get some food. Back. Ugh. BRB. returned. Oh, man, I can't believe it. We have finished all of the side content that we really need to for this. Now, obviously, there's still like small little things, like getting the Dark Knight Uber weapon. But to even get that, I need freaking, I think they said I need like 1750 Allegan tomestones, which is a fuck ton. Apparently I got us some like really high quality honeys the last time I was at one of the Scarborough Renaissance festivals. Apparently someone used it to make a chicken and rice honey something. Tastes pretty good though. Hugh, how are you? In the Beast Quest? True, yeah, but the Beast Quest, like, that's just part of daily stuff. You know, as far as things go that we can do, like right now, we've done everything, which is kind of wild. Alright, I'm gonna eat my food here real quick. How is everyone? How are y'all? I wish I had some broccoli to go with this. Debating if I should play more Warhammer 3? The answer is obviously always yes. Hawk, if you have an unbalanced weapon and a shield with defensive, do they cancel each other out? Or would you just use... They cancel each other out. So you would parry with your weapon, but they cancel each other out. So, like, if you had a one-handed Warhammer, and you, because it has the unbalanced quality, whenever you parry using it, yeah. Because if you try pairing using the shield, it messes with stuff. Because if memory serves, I don't think shields are basic weapons. I believe shields are parrying type. Which means you'd have to use a different weapon skill. Hop it. Do you have it like narrowed down to a list? I could pick for you. If you have it down to a list. Why is rice and chicken like one of the most delicious things on the planet, dude? It's so simple, but it's so good.
You bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated 100 Australian dollars
Oh,
through
good.
Super Chat. Now that all the core and major
Thank you,
side
Scion.
content for Heavensward is done,
Thank you.
what are your thoughts and expectations now you're officially in the lead into Stormblood? What do you think the expansion will be about at this stage, and how do you
expect us to get there? Thank you very much, Scion. Hold on, let me... I've only got a few bites left. Let me finish this real fast. As soon as I finish this, I will happily engage in some of that thought. Hugh, I'm doing pretty good, my dude. I'm doing all right. I leave for California here on Thursday, and I'm excited for that trip. I'm also very nervous. Mostly excited, but I am nervous. I'm going to be getting out of my comfort zone. God, that's good. Yeah, San Jose. Yep. My God, that was good. Ooh. Anyone from Ordertide that isn't Bretonia or Dwarfs would do. Hoppit, why don't you play... Why don't you play... Ooh, roll a dice. That's a good one. Yeah, roll a dice. Long Beach? I don't know where that is. Thormag, have I played other Final Fantasies? And if not, do you think your Sojourn... Possibly. Possibly. Goblinopolis. Does this game have a toxic community? No. God, no. No. I've played a number of MMOs. I've played WoW. I've played Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning. I played Rift. I played... I don't know if RuneScape counts, but played it. This has the kindest, most active community that I've ever played with. Like, they actually go... So many people have gone out of their way to be helpful It's incredible. And if you decide to get into the game, feel free to hit us up, and we can join. You know, you can join our little squad. Yeah, I actually just today I was watching a breakdown video about the writing behind Final Fantasy VI. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. Because I really like watching analysis type videos. But yeah. Alright, Scion. To your question. What are my thoughts on Heavensward? It was awesome. It was very, very, very awesome. Heavensward was a fantastic story that was a little painfully relevant to a lot of stuff that's going on in the US right now, in a lot of ways. But I really, really enjoyed the story. I think that it definitely did a much better job than a Realm Reborn. Realm Reborn was significantly more of a slog than Heavensward was. I think genuinely the only part of Heavensward that I'm critical of is that I felt it didn't do a good job resolving the Ulda storyline from A Realm Reborn. It was definitely noticeable that they wanted to tell a certain story, but I guess it wasn't popular with the community and got a lot of backlash, and so they backed off from it and ended up kind of being like, haha, just kidding. And that story resolved very weirdly. Which would be my literal only major criticism of Heavensward. I thought the storyline was super duper fun. I loved Harshafallen, especially with all the time we spent with him in A Realm Reborn and post A Realm Reborn leading into Heavensward and then in Heavensward. Harshafallen was my boy, and him getting killed was horrible and made me genuinely very sad. I very much enjoyed the Dragonsong War. The Dragonsong War was fucking fantastic. Archbishop Thornton, great villain. He was a fantastic villain. Especially when you get to the whole, when he basically goes God mode, and like the first thing he does is he turns around and he bitch slaps one of the I can't remember what they're called all of a sudden. One of the bad guys, one of the like the shadowy evil dark sorcerer bad guys, the Immortals. When he turns around and just like one shots and perma kills one of them, fucking that was so good. That was so good. Like, I love that it wasn't that like they were able to successfully manipulate him, like they kind of were, but the fact that the Ascians, thank you, the fact that he turns around and just murders one of the Ascians was fucking gold. Estinian storyline, awesome. I loved Estinian storyline, especially when it comes down to like I played a Dragoon through A Realm Reborn, being able to be heavily rewarded for that, with Estinian being one of the main characters of Heavensward. At least that particular chunk of it was awesome. Him falling Needhogg, awesome. The final battle with Needhogg was great. I love Needhogg. Needhogg was a great villain. He was very sympathetic, but he just couldn't let shit go. And it was great. Thrace Valgeir is my boy. I love Thrace Valgeir. It was great. It was awesome. A lot of awesome characters. Most of the setup from A Realm Reborn had really nice payoffs. Once again, not all of it, but the vast majority of it. I'd say like 90%. No, I'd say like 95%. Because even then, the oldest storyline resolved pretty well for the most part. Like all the stuff around the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, most of that resolved perfectly great. Everything with the general resolved perfectly great. Literally the only thing they did that made me like, was that they didn't stick to killing Nanamo, and they also didn't go through with the storyline of dissolving. They didn't go through with the storyline of Lalo Rito being like a big bad who was trying to seize control of Ul'dah because he didn't want the government to basically dissolve, so that it would become like a democracy. I will heavily criticize them not having the balls to finish that storyline. But other than that, I thought it was fantastic. It was super duper good. I liked all the characters. The Hildebrand storyline in Heavensward was so much better. It was so much better that, like, a Rome Reborn Hildebrand was fun, but it was way too fucking long. And it was like, like, certain parts of it were very funny, but a lot of it was like, oh my god, let's go, Jesus. The Heavensward one felt really tight, and awesome. It was very good. Yeah, very good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a bunch. And they had some really nice post-game, post-Heavensward content as well. The, like, rewalking through the memories of everything that happened storyline was fun, especially when it ends with you actually getting to visit Hashifon's grave. That was very, very well done. And then this whole thing was nice. We're able to finish the Heavensward raids. Yes, yeah, we did all the dungeons, we did all the raids, we defeated the Triple Triad, and we got to see that not all of the Garleans are absolute pieces of shit. That some of them are actually noble individuals. And we also did the... I can't remember what it's called. The Void Arc. Which the Void Arc was a fun storyline. Also, we did Alexander. Alexander was great. Alexander was really weird. It was definitely a bit of a bizarre, time-fucky storyline. But it was good. They did a good job with it, and it had like a cute little love story in there. Void Arc was quite fun. I really enjoyed Void Arc. Getting all the demon baddies were really fun, especially because it was nice seeing some of the villains from A Rome Reborn return and actually getting significantly more story behind it. Yeah, it was good stuff. It was a good stuff. Yeah, Void Arc had some fun bosses. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as far as what I'm expecting in Stormblood, I'm gonna be honest, it's a little hard to remember. The only things that like stick in my brain that I kind of remember is we're dealing with the mainly this new Ascian in white, who it's hard to tell what exactly his deal is, because he seems to have the ear and is like a patron or something of some of our allies. I mean, fucking the kid from the Warring Triad storyline, that apparently he saved him from a reality that like just fucking died. Oh, I remember now. Stormblood, the big thing I'm expecting from Stormblood is the Warriors of Darkness. They just kind of like showed up very suddenly during this. It was set up. So the Warriors of Darkness were set up during Heavensward. So I'm expecting that Stormblood will probably revolve rather heavily around the Warriors of Darkness. And we'll actually get to figure out like who the fuck they are and what they want. The White Ascian, I think, is definitely going to be a very significant character. And I am suspecting / hoping that we will also get to follow the storyline to get Minfilia back. As we know, Minfilia is kind of dead at the moment. But from there, we also know that Papalymo and Yida are with some kind of resistance group, or like we don't know exactly where they are, but they're off somewhere like messing shit up. Because those are the three main scions that we haven't recovered yet, are Papalimo, Yida, and Minfila. We know where Minfila is. She's with the Mother Crystal and is seemingly dead at the moment. And I'm not really sure where the other two are. It kind of looked like they were somewhere near Olda, like out in the desert or the wastelands, like near little whatever. But anyway, so that's my thoughts. Yeah, we got some main story to get through, which means some voice acting, so I don't have to talk the entire fucking time. BRB is still up, thank you. Oh shit, his sister's back.
Yes.
Who the whoa, what's going on?
Is that?
Also, Emmerich's my boy. I love Emmerich. Emmerich is like the GOAT. Not only is he admittedly gorgeous, like the dude's just he's just an attractive man. What else can you say? But what the fuck is she doing here? All right, let's see where this goes.
Alize, Alphino's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
See, there they are.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder.
I remember this now. I remember
It was
her
only
getting...
after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
I remember her being found in the forest.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Dude, his voice actor is killing this right now.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled Chirurgeons.
That's how you say that? Huh.
Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
I know what the word means.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light, is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
Oh, I forgot to take the glasses off. That's fine.
The The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelfatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
Like, permakill?
I shall inform the others at once.
That's very interesting.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
That's very interesting. Because, like, clearly they're going to want to do it different than the way we do it, but how are they going to do it different than the way we do it? Surely they won't let her... Yes. I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his... I'm going to say... I realize this is not how it's pronounced, but my brain looks at this word and thinks, oh, it's the precursor to the word surgeon, so it should be like chirurgeon, not chirurgian. Whatever, I guess I know how it's pronounced now. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his chirurgians.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes. Good. I accept your offering.
Yeah, shut up, Throt.
For Mulder Clan.
Yeah, okay. Skip, come on.
Scion of the Emperor
Thank you,
donated
Scion.
20 Australian
Thank you, Scion. I
through
appreciate it.
Super
Thank you.
Chat. Something to be excited for in Stormblood is that the gameplay takes a big step up in quality. The story has mixed reception, though I really like it, but definitely look forward to some really fun instance mechanics.
Good, I did look forward to it. I mean, one of my, I wouldn't call him a friend, but one of my associates that also streams, says that Stormblood is literally their favorite expansion. So, it's got some people that love it. Did they not bring Astidian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusions we have yet to have the power to influence? Yeah, boy, I'm right behind you. Though I'm not sure I grasp the full implications of her words, I know we dare not ignore them. Warriors of Darkness. Zelfatol, what is all this about? Don't worry about it. Oh, I need to eat some goodies. Where are my tacos? Tacos. Oh, I get music for this. So the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Loth Asnath, when they were confronting Ravana. Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Darkarius, will you accompany me to Zelfatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Hell yeah, brother! I'm right behind you. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We've been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Corthan lands to a point. The summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and the Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage to the mountains and escort you thence to Zelfatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixchel. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmond. Beastman! Beastman! In the event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we shall share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. And we're off! I will say the Warriors of Darkness are the most fucking anime antagonist looking squad. They remind me so much of the 7 bandit lords from the fucking Inuyasha anime. There's a deep cut for if anyone's. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan, due east of Camp Dragonhead. It is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors. I have been informed that House Forton knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. We need but walk through. Shit's about to hit the fan! Master Odresia, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. We advise that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something and don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelfatol and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search the site for the summoning ritual. And if the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixchel. But if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. Oh! Zelfatol, now accessible! Got a new fucking dungeon out of nowhere. Alright, let's get the squad together. Anyone want to come for Ixchel? I don't. What is this dungeon? Dungeon. No. Zelfatol. All right. Oh, we got a full party. Yeah, there we go. Next time. My bad, Thormag. That was my bee. Whoa, what the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. Toad. Are those Ixali that can fly? Oh. That surprised the fuck out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Whatever, let's just kill this one real fast. And bonk. Chasm Harpeia. I mean, they look like Ixchel, but I guess they're not. I can almost use all of my abilities. I like the music here. Take your time to look around on this one. Duly noted. I love the like waterfalls and stuff on this one. It's really nice. He's just dropping some big fucking rocks, dude. Dude, I would love to visit a place like this. Do the rocks damage the NPCs? It looks like it's damaging them, but I can't really tell. Yeah, the big Ixali balloon. It's fucking hype, dude. This goofball is just floating. Alright, so I guess the Ixali here can't fly. At least these ones can. Ow! Hurts. He's got pistols! He's dual wielding pistols! What a goober! From on high we rain down death! Oh jeez. I'm sorry, what? Oh! I'll let the DPS deal with that. Fly free, we will. Alright, say goodbye to the giant floating balloon city. Oh, this is sick looking, dude. Ixali architecture is so cool. Oh, look at the lighting. This is a nice looking dungeon. Are we at 3.3 or 3.4? .4, okay. Oh, I like the maracas. Or no, those aren't maracas, those are... Oh, God. Spoons. They sound like spoons. They're probably not spoons. They're probably the spoons are used by a different culture. Oh, God, I can't remember what they're called! I haven't been in percussion classes for too long. But the little clack, 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 clack noise. Bring it on, bitch! This is probably one of the prettiest dungeons I've seen in a hot minute. Like, this one's awesome. Plus, I just like the Ixchel. The Ixchel are cool beans. Bang! Whoa, look at this lad. So totally Psylocke. Okay, it looks like we're gonna have to hide behind these at some point in the fight. That's a big Ixchel. I like his weapon. That thing's fucking huge. Sacred winds, come forth! Yeah, he's got a big old battle fan. He's trying to keep this Texas heat down. I would love for him to give me a couple of, you know, oh shit. Okay, so you're supposed to use those to make sure you don't get, I guess, oh, there's spikes in the arena. I see. Now I understand. Okay, he gave me like a millisecond to dodge that. Oh, that's not good. One with the wind we will become. It's an oversized, unattainable weapon called a wand that certain classes used to use. Oh, that's sad. It would have been fun wielding like a giant fan blade like that. That would have been really funny. Neat. The Marco Yolo. Maybe? My memory's a little fuzzy, I'm gonna be honest. I love their stupid balloons so much, dude. No, we're almost to the big one. The Sky Collar. I'm honestly kind of amazed, considering how much time you spend in Nadalan, in A Realm Reborn, and in certain parts of Heavensward, that they saved this dungeon until now. Alright, here comes something. Yo, who the hell is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I watched as much as I really wanted to. Tolzol Huatotal. That's fucking boogie. Intrude upon sacred ground, who dares? Pay with lives, featherless ones will. That is the buffest fucking Ixali I've ever seen in my life. The man's wielding birds as a weapon. Dig of the music though. Upon so sliver of our glory, we now call. Oh, okay. So he summons like an aspect of Garuda. A little spooky. All right. Go for the eyes! Well, man knows how to wield birds. My man's just spamming all of his abilities at this point. He's almost down! Down he goes! Alright. The champion of Garuda has fallen. Oh, there's Epna. Just runs up there at the end. Oh, a bunch of my items need to be extracted. Honestly, it would have been fucking goated if he had actually summoned Garuda in the middle of the fight. That would have been fucking wild. The Ixal fought to the very last. Well, yeah, we're in their fucking holy ground, dude. What are you expecting them to do? Alright, here we go. That's a dungeon I will
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
We'll talk after.
But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
Here they come. So there's 6 of them. Ah, this is awkward.
You!
Feeling a little outnumbered.
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Alright, you're on the chopping block first.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
I know who that is.
No, no. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Sure I can.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there.
She's smart.
Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
She has a sexy voice.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
Juramol. That's our guy. That's our goggle boy.
You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
His weapon's just covered in blood.
Should I explain it to you?
Jesus.
Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
Jesus. All right.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
I mean...
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
Right. We dealt with that recently.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source.
Okay, so this is the source.
There is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
What?
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Shut up, Alphino, it's our boy! I can't remember his name, because I'm tired. But it's our boy! Just without his goggles. Or his hood. Because we knew he was working with the White Ascian, so he's working with the Warriors of Darkness. Interesting. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true? That to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No. No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Boop. Forgive me. This is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The Knights can apprise Lord Aemon of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Two sides of a coin. Someone remind me his fucking name. That's gonna bother me. I just can't recall that small piece of information into my stupid head at the moment. The guy that, like, talks in Old English. Big elf man. Been there the entire fucking time. Wears goggles. Was like Moonbreeda's... Yeah, Urianger. Ah, thank you. Urianger. Jesus. It's like Moonbreeda's Manho. I can't... Yeah, so that was definitely Urianger. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Delcarius. What news from Zelfatol? A lot. Then we were not too late. I think that's the first time we have canonically stopped a summoning. I feel like every single other time we have ever tried to stop a summoning, we have failed horribly until just now. Also, ads are running on Twitch. I'm just gonna let the ads finish. That way if someone's watching on Twitch and they don't have a sub, they're not like, I can't see what's happening. I'll give them just a minute, it's fine. I need to be better about doing that. A good streamer should be better about that, and I've traditionally not been good about that. Yeah, 10 more seconds. I need to do more bot programming. So I need a bot that, like, yells at me when ads go up. Alright, there we go. Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Y'shtola has been tending to Mistress Alice in your absence. I'm pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother. More voice acting!
Alize, how are you feeling?
God, I love how much voice acting we're getting.
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts.
Where you been, girl?
When they told me you had departed for Zelfatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
Girl, I barely know you. That's not true. I helped with your grandfather. Never mind. We know each other.
I take it your mission was a success.
We know each other well. Exposition dump!
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I mean, I believe them, but...
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
But why?
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Interesting. I wonder if Stormblood will have more of a beastman focus.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
Oh, what?
We cannot let that happen.
I guess that's where they'd be like, oh, we know this.
It should come as no
god.
surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelfatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Two we've already dealt
Sir
with.
Emmerich?
Yeah, get involved.
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father.
Indeed, indeed.
However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
I'll go.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Oh, thank God, you whore. You and your stupid, slutty neck collar thing.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
He's a traitor! Or at least he's playing both sides.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
She's back!
But Alize, you...
She's like, I will hurt you.
You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Taru, ahead of the game as always. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Man, I love when they bring up older content. Or, like, content you've done. Congratulations, you've acquired Red Alphabet. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to I never learned, though I suspect that was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Yo, that outfit is slick. Damn, girl. That's a good looking outfit. Even though she's got like ice skater blades on the bottom of her feet. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember that time at studio when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Ha ha ha"? That's very funny. that's very funny. Sister, please! She was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Alcarius, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. I've been meaning to ask about the carriage. Welcome to the fight. A pleasure to have you with us. The carriage? The only carriage I can think of is either the very first carriage where we met, or that same carriage at the end of A Realm Reborn, but I don't think she was there. So I think I'm just gonna go with a pleasure. No, I'm gonna ask about the carriage. I've been meaning to ask about that carriage. Ah, yes. The carriage that so fortuitously arrived to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. The driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Brimond didn't manage to find you. New garments aside, I must say you seem different. More resolute than when we last met. With the look of a woman who's ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. I'm glad they're no longer wearing matching outfits. Pray thee return to the Waking Sands. Don't I have a teleport scroll for that? I do. Poof. Oh, straight to a cutscene. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Yeah, that's definitely him that's running around with the Warriors of Darkness. Why, Master Alphino, would that be the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming? What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The Warriors of Darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. And I saw you there, motherfucker! I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixchel's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and Asians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day I did receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Murlthor. Ulgamor storeth, there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Dalcarius. Thank you for your counsel, Urianger. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. Alisaie's... Oh. Oh, she knows! Oh, she knows! Oh, Alisaie's just like, bitch! If I may, brother, Urianger, is there anything else you would like to say? Alisaie? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard of a promising tome, the Garoon Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. She clocked his ass. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Urianger's butt was puckering like crazy that whole conversation. He was like, "Oh shit!" And she knows. Interesting, she didn't out him. She could have outed him, but she didn't. I'm half expecting we're gonna get here, and I'm curious if Urianger is misleading us on purpose, or if he gave us accurate info. Seven hells, at this rate I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the scions of the Seventh Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Oh, no, okay, no, he was being honest with us. So our friendly neighbors in Ugamaro have gotten much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand to help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when we first arrived. You have to know why that might be. There's our kobold here. Kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Uriange's information, yes. But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be a time to think of this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Too far. Where art thou, little kobold? There you are. Oh, it's a little baby. It's a little baby kobold. You have a good night, dude. Ah! I didn't... Okay. I may be a skilled warrior, but apparently I just looked at him and was like, well, can't do nothing about it. I guess I'll just sit here and look dumbly. Stay back! Away! Back! I'm not a... God, it's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. He's just a little guy. Too many fucking fates having around here. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. My little dude's got bad social anxiety. Understandable. He's just a level 1 kobold. Alright, there we go. Caught him. Finally. This was a stupid plan. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... God! He found me again! What to do? I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say talk. So please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah! We've got him! Fine work, scions! So, little one, you thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let's all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pickman Gabu of 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pickman one day. Well met, Gabu. I am Alphino, and this is my sister, Alice. Dalcarius, the man who found you, is our friend. Now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloyden here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, alright? Not while we are here, I promise. The Patriarchy, the Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again! You have to stop him! Beat him, fight him, stop him! Oh, seems Ariange was right. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others. The Patriarch would listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would have serve as coke for the furnace. Coke for the furnace? And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. Oh yeah, we've seen that. By the 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries. Please, begs, cries. They do not listen. They only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan's summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require the support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Cobalt stronghold, secure the crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, well, forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know! Oh! Several spots, each defended by a different order. And Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to first cache. Cool. He's a helpful little guy. Quickly! Do you have them all? Good, lead on, Gabu. This way! Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Do you hear me, brother? Brother! It's just that... I'm quite certain that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all the traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Corthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origin. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Valbrand by another party, most likely upon the Asians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows way. Next one is last and very large, very big, very huge, very large. No, we probably... Oh, no, it's like right over here. And it's very... Heaps and heaps and heaps of crystals. Oh dear. We should pack up the crystals now and leave now. Kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment. Gabu said the cache would be here, but unless it's remarkably well hidden. So it's either buried or they already took it. As you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Dalkarius? Any luck? No, sir. Nothing, 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 but this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is where to and why. Within Ogamoro, where they summoned Titan once before me to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu, we will. Stay calm. We still have time. Though they have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? They had, they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, and I might deliver them unto Commander Bladen's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals, Dalkarius, if you'd be so kind. Large quantity of crystals meant for summoning Titan. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloyd on the situation. Pray go ahead. As I recall, there is an aetheryte within Ogamaro mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there, I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way! This way! I wonder if we have to fight Titan, or if we're just gonna be able to, like, give the crystal a little slap on the butt and move on. Can't go that way. Go all the way around. Oh. Oh, yeah. Ah, I take it this is the aetheryte we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. Just you're feeling suitably heroic, Dalkarius. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. The navel! Quickly, you clods! Swiftly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any delays! Hello. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers! Here? But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Oh jeez, you already killed them. Yikes. Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace? You monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood, partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children, defend them from the tyranny of overdwellers. No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people. Anything to deliver them from despair. Whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You've sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the Overdweller's convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you! Liars! Betrayers! Oathbreakers! You take, and you take, and you take! And when you've had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That our god drains the lands of Ether and brings not but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands. You'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Please! What is he doing? Oh. Wake up! 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 Ooh, he summoned Titan. Titan's about to attack them. Because the kid summoned him. Yep. Seven hells. He's not a very strong Titan, though. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino! Leave him to me! We must away! I got this. Oh no, I should just deal with him. What a goober. Oh, Gabu. He's breathing. I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it's that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal. The longer we leave him to bleed the land of Ether, the stronger he will grow. Should Titan be permitted to leave Ogamoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops and the cycle will continue. Dalkarius, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alice and I will tend to Gabu. When you're finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you. Oh, it's just the hard version. It's not even the extreme version. Do we have to do the normal run for the quest, or can we cheese it? It's cheesable? I mean, I'm fine just... I don't care either way. Let's do it normal. Normal is fine. Whatever, have a little fun with it, right? Oh yeah, Tormag! Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a little silly that they're making us fight Titan, like, again. You're getting on if you have room? Yeah, dude. Are you Mortel, or is that somebody else? Oh, we haven't met in game before. Okay. Cool. We'll wait for you. Titan got that dad bod? Yeah. Yeah, I am in Camp Overlook. Feel free to just teleport here when you get on. Yeah, you'll probably have to transfer to Goblin. That's probably true. Camp Tranquil? No, Camp Overlook. In Outer Lenosha. There you are. Awesome, there we go. Wait, what? Who doesn't... Astani, it says you don't qualify for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I guess because he was a tank. We had to force him to take his sexy armor off. Poor guy. We only need 1 DPS. Okay, I was gonna say, it's like, it shouldn't take that long. 1 DPS is supposed to be the easiest thing in the universe to find. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Ooh, he seems angry. I said I'd come. I said I'd come. I love that he's so deeply affected by what Gabu was saying. You just wasted a lot of my cooldown, dude, and I don't appreciate it. Kremlo. Kremlo, no! Wake up! It's kind of horrifying, like taking all the power of an angry god and putting it basically into the mind of like a heartbroken, grief-stricken child whose parents were just brutally murdered. That is genuinely kind of terrifying. Down he goes. Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you he would return safe and sound? The deed is done, then? Titan is no more? Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. It has been like that ever since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Ysael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgar's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Issian, have a good night. Well, that was a bummer. Yeah, we gotta watch this kid because there's definitely a chance we're gonna have to fucking kill him. There's not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters. Informing Commander Bloyden of Titan's demise, for instance. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news, which would be so kind as to break it to him. Alright, good job, guys. We just defeated the monster. We gotta murder this kid now. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. Brothers came back without you. I'd feared the worst, but they said you had battles well at hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. There ain't a soul in the Maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part. But we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. I mean, yeah, sure, but, like, I'm kind of worried about this kid I might have to, like, butcher. I'll say, what you doing?
Who goes there?
Just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me.
Get started. Have a good night.
But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I killed a dragon god twice. Oh gosh. I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Ysael, who were very... Under certain unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Emmerich, when Alphino and I came at last to the Dravenian hinterlands. Ooh. See, Dravenian hinterlands, I would get to talk about Hraesvalgir and all that shenanigans. I think for the atmosphere she is kind of set up, the best thing to discuss would actually be Estinian and Ysael, I think, because it's got that same level of melancholy to match her vibes. Yeah, I think that's the right way to go.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
Yes, they should have kissed, but yes.
I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving.
No, it is not.
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Oh, geez, what are these nerds up to? I recognize that crystal. Urianger, you double traitor person.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this.
We're starting to see a lot of these guys.
Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Oh, so they know who he is.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
Trying to get my ass killed.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
I'll make you quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
What is he playing at?
Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
What in the hells are you fucking doing, Ariane? What ho, Dakaris? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred near Stola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found. We shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent that I look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urijange another... Wait, where is Alice? She was here a moment ago, with Gabu. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. I got bad heebie-jeebies. Ah, let me guess, it's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloyden, something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness. He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance. Until he comes back to us. Until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst. And fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alice. Thank you. Yay! He wasn't corrupted. He'll be alright. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. Back to the Wakeful Sands, where totally not bad things are happening. Everything is totally fine and there's nothing to worry about. And there's not horrible plots and terrible backstabbings and duplicitous play happening. I wonder if this is when Alice is gonna reveal Urianger. We have heard the glad tidings from Okamoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Linsa Lominsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness, could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which waiteth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gerun oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though the music cut out. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 7 worlds would remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menphilia spoke unto thee. Spake. As for what becometh of these reflections when they in the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in the world will die. In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the reunification of flesh and the subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light, the manner where the warriors of darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan pirates. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, lest you wonder at their motive. I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgur. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of the Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that the Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elin Rolial's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, you can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know, or care, who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group of which received the crystals without delay. Arcarius, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? She's gonna do it again. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. She's mean-mugging him? Alphino, Alice, Dakaris, are you 3 listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded information that they were in the ploy of, I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipment but a few moments ago. Ha! And here I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elina Rolial, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but there is someone else. Is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. I'm curious why she's not sharing her suspicions. Like, we know what she knows. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Urianje's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It has been a long day. Do you have something to say? Lianje. Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now, more than ever. Listen, Dalcarius. If anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here would be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals that are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Dalcarius, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. When am I leaving? I leave on Thursday. Thursday afternoonish. Will I do a meet and greet? I will be wandering around, and if there's anybody that would like to say hello to me, or has an interest in saying hello to me, my DMs on Discord are always open. The resistance. Damned if I know. It's not as if I'm paying any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mass bedtime stories. This is all a lot, and some we got used to it. Oh, let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. Well, he's lit a fire in every Alamigan's heart. He's also inspired more than a few Oldens to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Guardians won't stop till we're all under their yoke. Oh, I wonder if it's, what's-his-face? The guy that betrayed the General Raban and Alphino. I see you there, going on asking questions. Looking for the Griffin in his lot, I'll bet. Seems like the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Guardians. What's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Ilberd, that's right. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. It'd be cool if it was Ilberd. Tie him back into the story, because he is an unresolved plot thread. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their glowing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they were the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamigan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that it is this group which received the crystal shipments, yet we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions. Mayhap enlist his help while I'm at it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? My ability to do a even moderately consistent accent is faltering heavily as I grow more tired. Gundaball! Been a while, you witcher-looking motherfucker. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Dalcarius, cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. Here you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? Aye, I know of him, as do we all. He and his mass have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable leader. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. He was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. I really hope I don't have to, like, do the sunken temple of Karn. Wait, no. I'm hoping it's not going to make me do the dungeon. I guess we'll find out. Hopefully he's just giving the speech, like, outside the dungeon. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Voice acting? That looks like Ilberd.
Brothers and sisters.
It is.
20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire.
That is 100% Ilberd.
In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery.
Good speech.
The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight.
He's kind of right. He's not wrong, you know.
They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Urbania once more!
I don't know how he doesn't see us at the back, but yeah, sure.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Ah, it's Papa Limo and Nita!
What are you two doing here?
Hey, we were wondering where you two nerds were.
I could ask you the same thing.
Alphino, don't shout. They just show up.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
I need Papa Limo to get his, like, goofy-ass nerd look back. Papa Limo returns! Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! Though it was pretty obvious you and Dalkarius would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the signs of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not, in fact, the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. Would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. Oh, interesting! So the actual Griffin is someone else. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man, who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks, says the woman wearing a mask. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious, I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make a reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I had assumed it to be mere bluster. In the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. You were my first Scion dork buddies, of course. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of Griffin's closest associates. While he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he could probably tell us the master's plans in broad strokes, like the man whom he impersonates. However, he is wary of outsiders, will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testifies to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person. We will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part, that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabot, and have him run a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems a simple enough task. Thank you. With that, Darkarius, let us be off. Okay, this is a quest I actually get rewards for. So I'm thinking this might be the end of 3.5. But we will see. Eh? 3.4, sorry. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Sack of Gil. Well, you're the ones with the Gil, and seeing as you're friends of Popolimo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your tastes. Now, off with you, before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see what the spot Popolimo marked on our maps. While wearing the shepherd's tunic and slops. I need to clean out my inventory, it's getting a little crowded. Other pants. So these ridiculous boots and giant fucking sword on my back, but sure. Well, look at us. A pair of run-down at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. Now we play the waiting game. I am totally a normal adventurer. If he doesn't recognize us, then it's not Ilbert, it's a true double.
My thanks, comrades.
Okay, so it's someone impersonating Ilberd, I guess? Because Ilberd would recognize this immediately.
You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal.
Alphato, like, what, dude?
Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
Alright, so we're not even trying different angles.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals.
The false Griffin. So the real one is Ilberd.
You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
Oh.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
Publin was like, hmm?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Are we not gonna, like, do something about this guy? Maybe.
Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference.
Well, then don't fucking summon a
You
primal
saved me
ally.
too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
Huh.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I love the Alamigo storyline. It's so fucking complex.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
I get it, girl. I get it. I wanna help Alamigo as well.
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
Oh, I didn't know she was Alamigan.
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
So they're summoning Ifrit. It always comes back to Ifrit. Quarrymill, he said. Do you remember? The only thing I can think of Quarrymill was maybe the... Forgive me. You cannot be expected to recall every name and face. And besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present. How you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let's keep moving forward together, Dalkarius. We must find and secure these crystals. There's no time for looking back. Oh, look at that. It's just all question marks. One life or one world. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alice of all we have learned. We'll join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. I take it that was the end of 3.4, because it kind of ended with a whimper, but it felt like the end of 3.4. Especially because it gave us question marks about, like, what the next thing was. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, perhaps you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papa Lima were here all along? Oh, there's two more, okay. Well, Stola be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is aught to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtains shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall last be performed. No, we're probably gonna finish 3.4 and then call it a night and do 3.5 and 3.55 tomorrow. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the bowl of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Oh boy! Here we go! Prepare for cutscenes, it says!
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
Not willingly, no.
Someone's been killing them? Ah, okay, so the Warriors of Darkness are here to kill the free.
the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
Fuck you, but sure.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
Bring it, bitch.
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Get him, Thancred.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
We're a little outnumbered.
Carbuncle, defend me!
Cute.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Rude. Oh my god!
Alize!
Alize, girl, we gotta work on your defense skills.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was.
Oh, she's bleeding.
My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Never mind. She's about to fuck people up. Alphino's like Carbuncle, and she's about to drop a nuke. What is that? Ooh.
As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his and defend this realm with all my might.
Get him, girl.
Let's finish this.
Get his ass! Finally, we get to fight these fuckers. Also, Hawk, congrats on reaching level 70. We've come too far. Sacrificed too much to stop now. I think the only ones that have known sorrow. Magus of Darkness, get fucked! Right, where's that little healing
You
shit?
shall fall soon enough.
No! No!
There's
We will
no
not
escape.
be denied so easily. Warriors of Darkness, call upon the Echo. What the fuck? Is this power of the Echo? It tickles. Oh, it revives them. Interesting. Take out the squishy ones! Warriors of Darkness call upon the power of the Echo. Again they rise! Have these warriors no limits? Wow, that is
No
a
more
bullshit power.
games.
Ah! Help! God damn it! I can't break free! Help! Help! Help!
ends. Now.
Hodianje! What is he doing?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart.
All right, Cow.
But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
I'm so curious what the hell he's up to.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us.
Yeah, Alphino was totally the fucking
expect
dark
a full
dude.
explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Yep, double agent!
By thy leave.
Kick their ass!
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Yeah, sure you will.
Understood.
What's that?
Hearken to me. We only have one chance.
Okay.
Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell.
Sure.
I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Oh, so I gotta defend her? Oh boy, here we go. This music is baller. Trying to beat us at our own game, huh?
I must have more ether.
I gotta like... Oh, get him off me! Okay, I gotta deal with this asshole. Okay. I'm trying! How do I go over here? I don't... Channel? What does it want me to do? Oh, find the blade? Ah, there it is. Thank you.
The ether! Ugh, it's not enough!
Caution, Dalkarius, you mustn't channel so much at once. Now, Blainhairs, kill him while he's weak. What? Kill me? Okay, sure. I can dodge, bitch. Fuck your healer. Under her blade we must render our eater that fortune favor us this day. I'm really glad Ariande didn't turn out to be a bad guy. That would have been sad. If you could get his attention, that would be great, guys. Fine. I'll do it myself. You want me to spam all my shit? Fine, I'll spam all my shit. The fate of two worlds hangeth in the balance, Alcaris. Quickly, thine ether. Done.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
I'm gonna try just Dramail, kill the girl! Oh, that's the archer. Ah, I don't think so.
Hurry it up, neighbor!
I'll crush you! No, I don't think you will. Blade of light. Oh, god damn it. You got him? Okay, you got him. Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Boom, got it! They're all yours! That's it! That's it! We've got them!
'Tis done! With this blade I banish the darkness!
No! Not like this.
Oh my god! She just fucking nuke! Nah, that wasn't the power of the friendship, dude. That was the power I'm gonna beat your ass. You did good, Alice. You did good.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
Facts.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
I've killed like 3 Ascians, sir.
Wait!
Man, that was a big boy voice, Alphado.
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
They're missing one. Because I had 6.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle.
He's about to do something crazy.
Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Okay. Man, so they had to fucking, like, kill themselves. Oof. To become what they are. Whoa, I brought everybody with me.
What is this place?
Oh, this is about to get real fucking trippy.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
Ophelia?
It can't be. Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save. Whom I can yet save.
She's here.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Ooh.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
Shut up! Oh!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light.
Oh boy, this is getting complicated.
Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
Are you coming with us?
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
They have to stay here.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away.
Oh, Minfilia has to go there.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Interesting. It's sad.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Tupsimati.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Interesting. I was expecting them to be like major antagonists of Stormblood.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
It's not goodbye. It's simply a farewell. Goodbye for now, Ophelia. Goodbye for now. Oh, her mom.
Thank you, Lamine, for everything.
This feels like goodbye, goodbye. Yeah. Good luck out there, Minophilia. That's sad. It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again. And Ophelia is doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way. The Warriors of Darkness, too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel the source, then in return to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. Yeah, I think they're dead. Like, very dead. Wind up Moon Breeder. Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. And this one I know full well there's yet work to be done. Crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know. But I want to. We'll see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Yida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Dalkarius. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. Wouldst thou become aware of mine independence of pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library, I tried not to think the worst. You were never one to confide in others, so I knew even if your intentions were pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared that you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Dalkarius, forgive me. But while I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me, I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. Arianje had to do some kind of fucked up shit for that. Ooh. That ended up being a spicy storyline. Where even am I? Okay. So the Warriors of Darkness were basically just us from a shittier timeline. And we're doing some horrible shit. Had to do some horrible shit just to get here. Oof. Well met, Dalkarius. Alphino said you would be joining us. Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually... I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend with what I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I fear our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida! Ida, Rago be praised, it is you! Ida! Alive and standing here before me, in the flesh! I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundevald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Papalima's like, what? Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Excuse me. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with... She doesn't look a day older after 20 years? Excuse me? I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the very first opportunity. Let's return to the Rising Stones. Papalima looks pissed. Hells take me for giving you that mask. What is going on there? Oh, cool. We gotta get to fight Super Knee-Dog story. We'll do that later. Welcome home, Dalcarius. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl, and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Cutscene!
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Man, a shitload has happened since then.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
Oh, Tataru, you sweet little thing.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Fair.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit.
I can't believe Menphilia's gone.
Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Menphilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
Welcome to the team.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Menphilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter, no?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Menphilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance.
Girl, are you
There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
That girl is like royalty or something. Papalimo just looks so mad.
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got him to keep us from bickering.
Yay, she's staying! Good, I gave her the mean
But
mug.
I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
So no ruler.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru.
So there's no Archon now.
And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
You know, kill monsters, beat the shit out of Ascians, as you do. A new adventure, what else? The road goes ever on, to strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. ... I think I would go with to strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Because I think of like Menphilia, Haurchefant, Warriors of Darkness.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are back, baby! Wounded, but still alive. Look at them, Dakaris. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us into who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Ida, what is going on with you, girl? Only took an expansion and a half. Yeah, I mean, they took their time.
One world's heroes are another world's villains.
Who's this?
One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
I wouldn't.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
She gave it to me, not you, but okay, story. I don't trust him right now. I mostly trust him, but I don't fully trust him right now. Papa Limo's up to something.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
That little shit's got that little bastard's, he's up to something. He's scheming. There's Ilberd. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you could say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then? Was it all worth it in the end? Fucking Elidibus, dude. There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a survey of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Oh, fuck. Fuck! The Eyes of Needhog. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds, you have proven yourself the most deserving. Fuck! Why did we throw... Oh, God. So the Warriors of Darkness did find it. They found them in the chasm. Fuck. 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 A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. How is he gonna stop himself from just turning into Needhog? Like, fucking Estinian had to train like a bitch his entire life, and he still fell to it. Why are we in Allegan territory? So it was here all along. Oh, great. Fucking Garlands. Oh, it's fucking what's-his-face? You're looking a lot more human. Oh, Nero, fuck. Oh, God, Nero's back. Oh, Jesus, Nero's back. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Oh, shit. Okay, great. So, Needhog's... Oh, Jesus. Jesus! So much shit. Alright. That is the end of 3.4. So all that's left before Stormblood is 3.5, 3.55, and then us getting our new career ready. And also doing the fucking Moogle, finishing the Moogle Beast Tribe questline at some point. Oh, Jesus. Throw the eyes into the abyss. I mean, is it like a real abyss, Alphino, or is it like just a valley? Because, like, if it's going into the depths of the earth, sure, that one we can do. But if it's just like a valley, maybe we should do something else. Oh, God. Why do we let Alphino decide anything, dude? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love... I love Alphino. But goddamn, man. All of his ideas just work out terribly. All of his ideas are terrible. Let's make the Crystal Braves. That'll be fun. No. Just throw them into the abyss. No one will ever get them. No. Oh, it was Emmerich? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. They did say no living thing could get the eyes, and the Warriors of Darkness were dead. Or they were immortal, rather. Not. I mean, I guess they're were technically alive. Oh, ridiculous. Well, that was super fun. That was very fun. Enjoyed it a lot. I'm really digging where the story's going. The Warriors of Darkness wrapped up much quicker than I thought they would. Now they might come back. They might not be gone forever. But it very much felt like the story was very heavily saying, yeah, no, they're dead. Like, they are super dead. They returned to the world they were from, where they had to kill themselves to even get over here in the first place, so they're just returning to their corpses, and they're dead. But shenanigans may prove otherwise. And Minfilia feels gone forever. I don't know that she's gone forever, but it seems very heavily suggested that she's gone forever, at least for a very, very long time. Oh, geez. That was so much shit to come back all at once. Like, Needhog's eyes returning. Nero fucking returning. Whew, boy. They just dumped a lot on us all at once there. All right. Anyway, that is where we are stopping for the evening because I'm quite tired. I don't know if y'all noticed, I was struggling not to yawn here every couple of lines. But tonight we got a lot done. We finished the Scholasticate storyline, which was quite good. I enjoyed that a bunch. And we also pushed our reputation to almost done. So tomorrow we will be able to finish the Sylphs with just one quest. And once we finish the Sylph quest, we then can do the Beast Tribe Capstone quest at long last. We will finish another huge milestone for A Realm Reborn, which is fantastic. And which is super great because it also means we never have to do those again. And we can focus all of our Beast Tribe efforts on just the Heavensward Beast Tribes. Which progress so much faster. But in any event, thank you all very, very much for joining me tonight. I hope you had fun. It was a good, oh my gosh, almost 9-hour stream. Whew, no wonder I feel so tired. Like I said, we will be back tomorrow to finish off the so tomorrow we're gonna finish off the Beast Tribes for A Realm Reborn. Then we're going to knock out any like quick daily stuff we have to do, but it's not that much. It's actually, I don't think there's any daily stuff we have to do. Yeah, no. So yeah, I think we'll just do, we'll do the Beast Tribe, finish out the Beast Tribes for A Realm Reborn. Then we'll do our dailies of the Naf and Vundu Beast Tribes. Then we will hop straight back into the main story. We'll finish 3.5 and 3.55. Once we've done that, we will then hop onto White Mage, and we'll spend the rest of the day basically power leveling White Mage. And get as high as we can. And then that'll be it. And then Thursday, I leave for Offkai. So I'll be in San Jose at Offkai for about 5 days. Thursday, and I get back on Monday. So on Monday, I get home. And I almost assuredly will not stream the day I get back, because I'll probably be exhausted. I don't know exactly what day we'll resume, because there's some other stuff I gotta play as well. Like we're gonna play Total War and a bunch of other things. But it'll mean that the next time we play Final Fantasy after tomorrow will be, already have a new thumbnail being made for it. So it'll be a different image for all of those ones. We will be getting into Stormblood. So, you know, we'll do the whole thing where we watch the like animation trailer at the start of that stream. And then we will hop into it. The only thing we might have to do is like level White Mage more, if that is, because my White Mage is a little babby. So I imagine we'll be able to get White Mage up to a reasonable level before I leave, but I don't know how much time we're gonna have. But anyway, I appreciate you all taking the time to hang out with me, and I hope you had a good one. I'm gonna go ahead and take us to an outro screen here and send us off on some raids and jazz. And if I can find anybody to raid, but I'll deal with that in the outro screen. And yeah, just thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate y'all taking the time to chill with me. Yes, Thormag, I'm gonna be doing White Mage for Stormblood. Yeah, so we did Dragoon for A Realm Reborn, Dark Knight for Heavensward. We're doing White Mage or a healer for Stormblood. And then for, I forget what the one after that is. The one after that is is Shadowbringers, I think. And that one we'll be doing Reaper. But yeah, anyway. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. And bye-bye. Good night. No! Oh, mercy,